On a Larkspur. An Isabella Proctor cozy paranormal mystery. Book 5. Written by Bouchard. Chapter 1. I'd hoped to spend at least one night in my apartment before I had to move back to Proctor House. Funny how life doesn't work out the way you expected it to. Thea, Delia, and I stood outside my apartment building, looking up at the windows to my apartment. My landlord, Mr. Subramanian, had new siding put up, this time in white. He told me the cement composite siding would not burn, which gave Mrs. Subramanian peace of mind. I readjusted my grip on the IKEA box that contained my new queen-size bed frame. If Delia and I could just get this box up the stairs and into my apartment, we'd be done with all but the lightest boxes. I'd spent every penny of my renter's insurance payout on new furniture and was looking forward to an apartment with a style that was nicer than found on the side of the road. My new furniture was all white and would give a nice look of continuity to the place. 2 months ago, one of the fraternity of free witches tried to burn my apartment building down. Luckily, no one was hurt, and the building sustained far more smoke and water damage than anything else. I wasn't home at the time, and I'd have thought they'd take a moment to figure that out before going through all that trouble. I'd stopped by to talk to Mr. Subramanian once a week or so to see how the renovations were coming along. I was curious, but mostly I visited to assuage my guilt. The fire was my fault, sort of, and I thought being there would make it easier on Mr. S. The carpenters Mr. S. hired had said it would take 3 months to make the building habitable again, but they had it done in 9 weeks. I was grateful for their fast work. It was finally time to move back into my apartment and, though I tried to hide it, there may have been more spring to my step when I walked into the kitchen at Proctor House on what I thought was my last morning there. Movie night with your boyfriend was tough when 6 of your relatives all wanted to watch with you. You look chipper, Aunt Nadia said that morning as she handed me a mug of tea and an orange ginger scone. I sat at the table next to my mother. I'm excited to get my apartment set up just the way I want it. Jameson jumped into his chair and Aunt Nadia placed his cat-sized cheese omelet in front of him. I'll stay here until everything is completed, he said. Of course he would. Even though he was my familiar and so much more than a normal black cat, he felt entitled to be spoiled by my family. My mother scratched between his ears. We're going to miss you both. I'd miss my family, too. The aunts and grandma had made big improvements in treating Thea, Delia, and me like adults, but I was afraid if I stayed at Proctor House, they'd go back to treating us like we were still in high school after a while. I'm sure Jameson will be back regularly for anything Aunt Nadia will cook for him. I looked at him for a moment. Although, I think he could stand to miss a few meals. Not true, I'm just putting on my winter weight, he said. I grinned at him. Winter weight is for animals that hibernate. Nice try. Are you ready to go? Delia asked, breaking me out of my thoughts. Oh, right. Yeah. I started walking backward to my apartment, holding my end of the heaviest box. I was beginning to regret not ordering a smaller bed. Behind us, Thea was sliding the box with my nightstand up the stairs. Don't you have a boyfriend who could help with all this heavy lifting? I flashed her a big goofy grin. Yes, I do. I have a big, strong, tall boyfriend, but he's out catching the bad guys today, so we're on our own. Thea rolled her eyes. You could be a bit less smug, you know. I laughed. Not sure I can, at least not yet. He'll be here after 6 with takeout, and he'll help assemble the furniture. After 3 more trips, we finally got all the boxes into my newly refurbished apartment. Mr. Subramanian did a great job choosing the colors. The ice blue of the walls looked great against the slate blue of the carpeting. The carpet felt like it had extra padding underneath it, because it squished with every step. Once I got rid of the paint and new carpet smells, the apartment would be perfect for me and Jameson. Well, almost perfect. I didn't like the wrought iron across the windows. I understood why Mr. S. felt it was necessary, and objectively, it was quite pretty, but to me, it felt like I could be trapped in my own apartment with no way to escape. Delia and I put our last boxes in the bedroom. She stretched her back. What do you want to unpack first? Kitchen first. It shouldn't take much time. I followed her into the kitchen, where we started unpacking my new set of pastel dishes. I'd bought one set of pink, lilac, sky blue, and light yellow. Thea picked up a box in the living room. I'll start in here. Where does this go? I looked at the box she was holding. In order to entice Jameson back to the apartment, I'd had to give in to a few of his less expensive requests. The box held a tabletop-sized water fountain for his room. I drew the line at letting him have goldfish in the fountain, for their own good. That goes in Jameson's bedroom, and fill it with water once you plug it in, please. You spoil that cat something fierce, Thea said. Me? Did you see how the ants treat him? He's going to be very unhappy here. I'm negligent in comparison. He'll adjust. But we know he'll visit the house every day, because my mother will poach him all the fish he wants, Delia said. I'd also acquiesced to an automatic food dispenser and an actual human-sized bed. I wasn't sure I needed to give in to any of these demands. Because I was the holder of the bishop amulet, he was my familiar whether he wanted to be or not. Not that I'd push my luck by telling him he was stuck with me. The kitchen was crowded with Delia and me trying to put things away. I'll hang up my clothes, I said after getting in her way for the third time. Not that I had many to hang. I was still working on replenishing my wardrobe. The outfits Delia had given me in Boston made up the backbone of what I wore every day, because they were magically fitted to me and had been enchanted to repel all dirt and stains. If she could find a way to mass-produce this spell, she could be a very rich woman. I took the 3 dresses and 1 pair of pants I owned from the living room and hung them in the bedroom closet. How about this? Delia called from the living room. I poked my head out of my room. She was holding up a navy floral throw rug. I'm not sure. It's either going in front of the couch or in my bedroom. What do you think? I think we should wait until we get the furniture set up before we decide, Delia said. My phone rang and Palmer's face flashed on my screen. I still thought of him as Palmer, even though we'd been dating for weeks now. I'd called him Steve once or twice, but it felt a little weird. Then again, only using his last name was also starting to feel a little strange. Hi, I was just going to call you, I said when I answered. I hate to do this, but I can't come tonight, he said. I suppose this was going to be my lot in life. His work was going to take priority over our plans sometimes. I was disappointed, but there was no way putting together my furniture and bringing me takeout for dinner was more important than chasing down dangerous criminals. I was sure I'd be able to put the furniture together myself if I needed to. What's going on? I asked. I can't say yet, but keep your grandmother home. Grandma? She was the least likely of all of us to need extra protection. I can do that. Is someone going after old ladies? Like I said, I can't say more than that. Will you let me know when you catch this guy? It's not going to be easy to keep her home, and if we tell her it's for her own protection, you know she'll run headlong into danger to protect us. I know. I'll let you know as soon as I can. Stay safe. I hung up and walked into the living room. No dinner delivery tonight. We're on our own. Who is he after? Delia asked. I frowned. Maybe we should go eat at the house. Palmer says we need to keep an eye on Grandma. Thea looked skeptical. If she thinks we're trying to protect her, she'll be furious. Dinner at home? Delia asked. We can say we won't have your apartment finished tonight as your excuse to stay another night. One of us should stay with her at all times. I looked around my apartment, thought it would take another few days before I could come back. Before we finished the boxes we were working on, Aunt Lily called. We need you girls to come home right away. Is there something wrong? I asked, already worried that Grandma was in trouble. Nothing to worry about, but we need to have a family meeting. Right now, she said. Right now sounded urgent, even though she said there was nothing to worry about. We'll be out the door in 2 seconds, I said. Delia and Thea looked up from their boxes, worry on their faces. I hung up my phone. Aunt Lily wants us home for a family meeting. Did she sound worried? Thea asked. Not exactly, but she sounded, I thought for a moment, insistent. We should leave now. Chapter 2. Thea, Delia, and I rushed into the kitchen of Proctor House, prepared for almost anything. Almost. Turned out we weren't prepared for Grandma and the aunts calmly sitting at the kitchen table, drinking tea. Before we could say anything, Grandma put a finger to her lips. Okay, so she didn't want us to say anything. What in the world was going on? Had the house wards been broken somehow? Was someone listening in on us? Aunt Nadia stood up and pulled 3 mugs out of the kitchen cabinet. Would you girls like some tea? Sure, I said, playing along with whatever she wanted us to do. We sat at the table, and no one said anything for 8 very long minutes as we sipped at our tea. Grandma and the aunts took turns casually walking past the windows, looking outside, checking to see if we'd been followed. When we finished our tea, my mother, the last one to look out the windows, nodded to Aunt Lily. Aunt Lily cleared her throat. It's lovely to see you girls today. I'm glad you stopped by, because I wanted to show you a new painting I just bought. A new painting? I don't remember you talking about buying more art, Thea said. Grandma casually walked to each window, adjusting the curtains to block any view into the house. She was also refreshing the wards, which seemed strong enough to me already. Aunt Nadia placed her hand on the door and did the same. When she was done, she nodded to us. Aunt Lily laughed. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision. But I'd really like your help figuring out where to put it. Why don't you girls come with me? This was getting weirder by the minute, but we all followed Aunt Lily out of the kitchen. She led us through the living room and up the stairs. We didn't stop at the 2nd floor though, she brought us all the way to the attic. She pulled the ladder door down, and one by one we climbed up. Once all 7 of us were in the attic and the door was closed, Aunt Lily cast a silencing spell over the building. This seemed like overkill, since Grandma and Aunt Nadia just refreshed the protective wards around the house. What in the goddess's name was going on here? The attic looked the same as it did the last time I was up here. Old sheets covered furniture we weren't using, and steamer trunks lined one wall. We each had our own trunk to store things in. Mine was empty, because I wanted to keep all my possessions at my apartment. I wished I'd have left some things here, because everything had been ruined in the fire. Okay, Hester. It's safe to come out now, Grandma said. I knew only one woman named Hester, and I knew I didn't want her anywhere near my family. I quickly raised a shield spell to protect us from any evil magic she might throw our way. Thea stepped in front of Grandma and, as Hester became visible in the corner, Delia cast a spell that held her in place. There's no need for that right now, girls, Grandma said. I didn't believe Grandma and had no intention of lowering my shield. Hester laughed from her seat in the corner of the attic. Your kittens are growing claws. What is she doing here? Thea asked. Grandma swatted Thea's shoulder. There's no need to protect me, I can handle anything she could dish out. Thea stepped aside but kept her eyes on Hester. Hester has come looking for sanctuary. She wouldn't dare hurt any of us while she's here, Aunt Nadia said. Sanctuary was an important part of our tradition. When one witch claimed sanctuary in the home of another, it included calling a truce to any disputes between the two families. Neither party would harm the other. Reluctantly, I dropped my shield and Delia released her spell. Why here? Don't you have any friends? I asked Hester. Because no one in their right mind would think I'd come to a proctor for anything. This is the last place anyone would look for me. In fact, it turns my stomach to have had to ask you for help. But 3 women from Sewell have been killed over the last 3 nights, and another is missing. I don't want to be the next victim. Sewell was a magical enclave that was inaccessible to anyone without witch DNA. This meant a witch was on a killing spree. What makes you think you'll be next? I asked. Hester laughed again, but this time she was laughing in the face of fear. I haven't lived this long by ignoring my instincts. I need a couple days to pull off some very complex magic in peace, and then I'll be gone. I looked to Grandma, who couldn't have been happy that Hester was here. And this is okay with you? The Proctors have never turned away anyone looking for sanctuary, and we're not about to start now, Grandma said. I'll need an amulet holder to ensure my safety, and Portsmouth has 2. I had to decide whether to stay with Eunice or to stay here. At least here Nadia can cook for me. There was no way I could spend all my time guarding Hester. Eunice wouldn't want to guard an evil witch either, and she wasn't bound by the sanctuary agreement. I turned to Grandma. Am I obligated to do this? I don't live here. Technically, she didn't ask me for sanctuary. No. And Eunice isn't obligated either. But there's precedent to consider. I knew there was precedent involved, but I was hoping Grandma might not mention it. I gently removed a sheet from a blue armchair so I didn't send dust into the air, and then Saturday, if I have to protect you, I need to know who you think I'm protecting you from. Hester frowned. That's the thing, I don't know who might be coming for me. What do your instincts tell you? I asked. Hester looked at the rest of my family. You all might as well get comfortable, this could take a bit. I've done a few things I'm not proud of. Grandma scoffed. A few? I've done a lot of things I'm proud of too, Esther. And I like to think they make up for the others. In the end, there are 4 witches that I've crossed who I think are mean enough and strong enough to come after me. You have 4 people who want to kill you? Delia asked. Hester ignored the question. The first is a young witch named Elsbeth. She's about your age and is the best potion maker I've ever seen. People have stopped coming to my shop and started to see her instead. I'll admit, I was jealous. So I poisoned her and took her grimoire. If you poisoned her, is it her ghost that's coming after you? I asked. No. She was able to make an antidote before the poison took full effect, Hester said. Making an antidote when you were poisoned was no easy feat, so how do you still have her grimoire? I asked. I don't. She stole it back, but not before I made copies. I didn't actually want to kill her, I just needed to level the playing field and show the town which one of us was best. Did you poison the other 3 as well? I asked. Hester fidgeted in her chair. Not really. I did use a witch named Lazar for a test. He was kind of a dolt, and I stole his magic for myself with a potion. It was his own fault for trusting me. I was dumbfounded. I had no idea you could take someone else's power for yourself. So where is Lazar now? Thea asked. I have no idea. He has no magic, and I hexed him so he could never return to Seoul. But I don't know for sure, so he's on the list. And the third? Aunt Nadia asked. Hester rolled her eyes. Glinda, she said with disdain. I looked to my mother. Like in The Wizard of Oz? Exactly, Hester said. That's what her parents named her. And she was so incredibly smug about being named for a good witch, I couldn't help myself. I hexed her, and now she attracts monkeys. I'm not sure that's worth killing for, is it? I asked. It all depends on where you live. I believe she's moved to an island 50 miles offshore. She's probably safe there. You're a horrible woman, and I can't believe I'm obligated to protect you, I said. Hester grinned. That's the joy of sanctuary. And the fourth person? Delia asked. He's probably the real one, the one who is after me. His name is Forster, and I may have used substandard ingredients in a potion he asked for. Rumor has it he lost a hand and had to grow it back. I stared at her, astonished. No matter what magic he used to grow his hand back, the process would have been incredibly painful. Hester shifted in her seat. He's not someone to forgive and forget. Even though his hand works perfectly now, I could see where he might hold a grudge. I put my head in my hands. So we need to look out for these 4 people, and possibly countless others who might want to kill you, so that you can stay safe and perform some other spell that may or may not hurt more people. Am I right? I've already promised your grandmother that I am only working on a disappearing spell. You'll forgive me if I don't actually trust you, I said. Hester grinned. Not as stupid as you look, are you? I frowned. Was this her way of telling me she was lying? Would she bother to lie? She had no shame about her actions, so I didn't think she would waste the effort to lie. What I don't understand is how you made it from Seoul to Portsmouth without getting hurt. If you're in so much danger, why didn't someone attack you on the trip? Thea asked. Hester shuddered. I hate heights, but I took the form of a pigeon and I flew here. Apparently, I was a delicious-looking pigeon because I spent the entire trip avoiding hawks and owls. They were so relentless that they made me almost want to take my chances with humans instead. But, lucky for me, I made it here in one piece. And as a reward, if I can get my work done, I'm willing to give you 2 hours with Elsbeth's grimoire. There's a lot in there I'm sure you don't know. Offering a witch new spells or potions is the most tempting thing you can do. It didn't matter, though, because I felt obligated by Hester's claim of sanctuary. Fine. I'll protect you for 3 days, and I'll expect 8 hours with the book, I said. Hester grinned. It's a deal. Now get out of here so I can get to work. Chapter 3. I woke up still feeling bitter that I didn't get to spend one night in my apartment before having to go back to Proctor House for an emergency. Hester had better keep her word that she'd only be here for a couple of days. In the kitchen, Grandma and Eunice were having coffee while Aunt Nadia was making omelets. I grabbed a mug of coffee and kissed Grandma good morning on her forehead. But that's what I'm saying, Esther, sanctuary cannot be broken. It may have been a long time since we've used it, but when we need it, it needs to be there. I wish we could pick and choose a little bit, Grandma said. Eunice set her mug on the table. It's a slippery slope. You don't want someone stopping to think for a minute before they let one of your granddaughters into their home, do you? I took a seat at the table. She'll only be here for another day or two, can't we just put up with her until then? Aunt Nadia placed 2 plates in front of Grandma and Eunice. Perfectly cooked omelets with 2 slices of Canadian bacon for each of them. What can I get you, Isabella? I can make my own breakfast. Aunt Nadia laughed. But I don't want to clean up after you. You're not the tittiest of cooks. She wasn't wrong. I tried, I really did, but by the time I was done cooking, my kitchen looked like a bomb went off in it. Spinach and cheese, please. After eating the delicious omelet Aunt Nadia made for me, I went straight to the apothecary. Enough was enough, this business was wearing me out, and I needed to hire an assistant. I opened my laptop and navigated to the job search website I'd found yesterday. Assistant needed for busy apothecary. Duties include weighing and measuring ingredients, waiting on customers, keeping the shop tidy, and what? Did I want my assistant to be a witch? Or would it be better to have a non-magical assistant? I wasn't sure. I got back to writing, green thumb and ability to nurture plants a plus. Must not be allergic to cats. That would be good for a start. With so few apothecaries in the state, if a witch was looking for a job, they'd know who I was and what other duties I might want them to perform. I filled in my business information and clicked upload. Now all I had to do was wait for people to apply. The door chimes rang, and I went out to greet my first customer of the day. My heart sank when I saw who it was. It was Jake Forster, one of the people Hester thought was after her. Even Palmer had warned me about him at Trina's funeral. If both the magical and non-magical worlds knew he was trouble, that was a very bad sign. He smiled at me. Good morning, Ms. Proctor. How are you today? I certainly wasn't expecting pleasantries. Fine, thank you. How can I help you today, Mr. Forster? I wanted to talk for a little bit. Do you have time for that? I didn't have anything important happening today in the shop, but there was no reason he needed to know that. I looked at my watch. I have about 10 minutes before I need to start preparing for a customer. Excellent. This shouldn't take long. I wanted to say how much I regretted the incident with Wolf a few months ago. I truly hate the violence that we were forced into using. Forced? I asked. Yes, forced. It seems as though no matter what the fraternity tries to do, your sorority gets in our way. We are unable to advance our agenda, the things we feel are best not only for witches, but for the world in general. If he regretted the violence, did that mean he wished the sorority would just roll over and let him do whatever he wanted? I'm not sure I can help you with that. I think it would be best for everyone involved if we had a liaison. Someone who could go between the fraternity and the sorority to explain and keep peace between the two groups, he said. I raised an eyebrow at him. And you want this liaison to be me? I do. I think you're an excellent choice. You're younger, so you don't have the historic prejudices that perhaps older witches have. And yet you've been granted great power with your amulet, so witches on both sides will respect you. This was sounding entirely too reasonable for the fraternity. And the catch is? Well, obviously, you'd be working for us. We couldn't have a witch who was not loyal to us knowing our secrets. Certainly you understand that. There was always a catch, wasn't there? Would you like me to turn you down immediately, or would you prefer if I said I'd think about it for a little bit first and then turned you down? His grin faltered. No one would need to know. You can continue to outwardly look like the same which you've always been, only you and the fraternity would know what was truly happening. And the unpleasant side effects? People are going to talk if I suddenly start looking like an old crone. There is no way I could keep that a secret forever. Of course you could. I have. Once you get used to it, a glamour is not difficult to maintain. And Jameson? He isn't likely to approve of this change. He stepped closer and seemed to loom over me. It's best if you choose willingly, but it's not mandatory. I was terrified. However, I hadn't been raised to back down from a threat. I would never join you, and neither would anyone in my family. I stepped away from him but didn't turn my back. We're done here. Forster knocked my photo of Trina off the counter. Glass shattered on the floor, and I jumped at the sudden violence. He laughed at me. We aren't interested in your family. You're the only witch with any potential. At the sound of the breaking glass, Jameson walked out of the prep room and jumped up on the counter, positioning himself between Forster and myself. He hissed and Forster took a small step back. Jameson, I'm glad you're here. Your siblings expect you to join them. You are the only holdout. Jameson hissed again, making Forster laugh. It won't be long before you join your family. The door chimes rang, and a tall man with salt and pepper hair walked in. Good morning, I'll be with you in just a moment, I said. The man walked up to Forster and me. I hope I'm not disturbing you. I was told this is the best place to buy tea in town. But I'm not sure what I should get. Perhaps you could advise me? Forster scowled at the man, then turned to me. We'll finish this conversation at a later date. Forster stepped behind the man and vanished. I hated it when people vanished, because I couldn't tell if they had left the building or if they just turned invisible. I turned to my new customer. I'll be happy to help you. My name is Isabella, and I formulate all the custom teas here in the apothecary. He smiled at me. My name is Karsten, and it's nice to meet you. I helped Karsten choose a tea that would give him a boost of energy in the morning, but had no caffeine, and wished him a good day. Once he left, I went off to find Jameson, who had walked away once Forster had disappeared. He was asleep in the prep room, but woke up as soon as I walked in. You've been holding out on me. Jameson yawned and slowly licked one of his paws. What do you mean? You have siblings, I said. Of course I do. There's no such thing as a litter of cats with just one kitten. I frowned. I hadn't thought of that, maybe because I didn't think of him as a cat as much as a witch in a cat's body. So you're really a cat? Last time I checked. Why are you asking stupid questions? I pulled out a box of cloves from the shelf. I just don't know much about you. Well, what do you want to know? I guess I don't understand how you got to have magical powers, I said. You think magic is limited to humans? I guess I did, but it can't be, since you are clearly a magical creature. Were you born magic like I was? Yes. But there are far fewer magical animals than there are magical humans. Oh, that explained why not every witch had a familiar. Is it true that all your siblings work for Forster? Jameson stood and stretched. I don't know. It's been a long time since I've heard from some of them. Are you worried about them? I am, and I've never even met them. I am now. But I can't leave your family unguarded, he said reluctantly. How long will it take you to check on them? It shouldn't take more than a day to see them all. Maybe a little longer, if they've gone over to the fraternity and don't want to see me. You should take the day and see as many as possible. Come back later tonight. We'll be fine during the day. Jameson kneaded the cat bed with his claws. Don't do anything dangerous until I get back. Not even if you have someone else with you. I'm having dinner with Palmer tonight. is that okay? Although I'm sure you could get into trouble over dinner, you'll probably be fine. But don't stay out late, and make sure you check on Hester. I'll be back before midnight. Chapter 4. I spent the rest of the day filling customer orders and experimenting with remedies for insomnia. Every time my door opened or there was a loud noise out in the street, I jumped, thinking Forster was coming back for me. I'd lied when I told Jameson I was sure I'd be fine alone. The last thing I did before I was ready to close the shop for the night was look at the applications I got for assistant. There were 7 to go through. 4 seemed entirely unsuitable, and 3 were at least worth the time for an interview. My nerves were frazzled by the time 6 o'clock came around, and Palmer picked me up for our dinner date. "How do you feel about something a little different?" he asked. "For dinner? I'm game. What did you have in mind?" "I was thinking about that Nepalese restaurant a couple blocks over." "Have you eaten there?" I shook my head. "No, I haven't." "Sounds interesting." Palmer looked at the counter as Trina's candle guttered out. "What happened to Trina's picture?" I was hoping he wouldn't notice the glass missing from her frame, but if I wanted a boyfriend who didn't notice things, I wouldn't be dating a policeman, would I? "I was going to tell you all about that over dinner," I said. "I can hardly wait to hear about it." "Do we need to let Jameson out?" "No, I let him out earlier, and he probably just went home." Palmer looked concerned. "Will he go to your apartment? Or your mother's house?" I hate to think of the little guy freezing outside overnight. If he only knew how Jameson could come and go wherever and whenever he wanted, he'd never worry again. I took his hand and we walked out of the apothecary. He double-checked the door once I locked it. As I boosted my wards, I added an additional spell to alert me if Forster attempted to break in. I didn't think he would, but the spell put my mind at ease. It was a mild evening, so I said, "Let's walk." "I'd love to." I spent the last 2 hours doing paperwork, and I need to stretch my legs. Market Square was in full swing for Halloween. Lampposts had cornstalks and lights wrapped around them. Every store had pumpkins by their doorway with electric candles in them. I never felt more at home in my town than at Halloween. "Do you wear a costume at work for Halloween?" Palmer asked. I smiled. I hadn't given it any thought. Last year Trina and I didn't, but maybe I will. I'll see what I can find at the house. I'd think you could really play up Halloween at an apothecary. You could call the tea potions for the day, you could dress up like a witch, and Jameson just has to be there to look spooky. I took a deep breath. It wasn't his fault he was making these horrible generalizations, and there was no way I could correct him without giving away my family's secret. He saw the look on my face. Did I say something wrong? No. I have friends who celebrate Halloween as a real holiday, and I've come to respect their views on the day. It's not just a glorified candy grab. He stopped walking. I'm sorry. I didn't realize what a jerk I sounded like. I took his hand to show I wasn't upset with him. What religion are you? I don't really have a religion. My parents weren't religious and we never attended church. They had some vague Christian beliefs that mostly had to do with Christmas trees and the Easter Bunny. My job's shown me there can't possibly be a God. I'm sorry to hear that, I said softly. What about you? I smiled up at him. Can you imagine Grandma belonging to any group where a bunch of men tried to tell her what to do? They wouldn't stand a chance against her. He was right about that. Thankfully, he didn't ask any more questions. He held the door to the restaurant open, and we were immediately surrounded by the scents of saffron and curry. It smells delicious. After we ordered, I asked him about work. Have you caught whoever you were looking for the night you were going to help me assemble my furniture? Palmer furrowed his brows. No. I can't really talk about the case yet, but I am getting you home early tonight and going to make you promise me you'll keep a good eye on your grandmother. Grandma? Do you think she's involved in this somehow? Palmer shook his head. Just don't let her go places alone for a while. I hate to say this, but even your backyard may not be safe. He didn't know our yard was warded, and people couldn't go back there if they intended any harm. If a witch, or group of witches, was powerful enough, they could break our wards. I wondered if he was looking for Forster, because he and the fraternity might be able to force their way into our house. How long will we have to worry? We're closing in, and hopefully we'll catch them before the weekend. Them? Like, more than one? Palmer mimed, zipping his lips closed. I smiled at him. He was too good at his job to let information slip unintentionally. If he was looking for Forster and the fraternity, though, he'd be in big trouble if he found them and didn't have me or my family for backup. I'm determined to have this case wrapped up before next Saturday, because it's Halloween, and I'm planning the whole day. You know I'm working, right? I haven't hired, much less trained, someone to work in the shop so I can have more time off. Palmer took a sip of his water. Have you even posted the job opening? This morning. 7 applications are in my inbox so far. In the next day or so, I'll pick the top 3 candidates to come in for interviews. Okay, a night in. We can hand out candy to little kids and, once they're done trick-or-treating, you're going to show me your 2 favorite non-Star Wars movies. There was no way I could spend Samhain Eve with Palmer. Samhain was our celebration of the new year, and we always spend it together as a family. I wished I could tell him, but I couldn't tell our secrets without asking the family first. I'd told him once before, but then immediately took the memory from him. That was okay when he was almost a stranger, but now it would feel like a betrayal of his trust in me. There was no solution that would make everyone happy. I could try to convince my family we should trust him, or I could pretend to be sick. Best to focus on our relationship and stop worrying. Why no Star Wars? Haven't we watched all of them by now? I'd like to get a little variety in my movie watching with you. I nodded. We hadn't finished watching all the movies, but we were close. So, what movies will we be watching? That was a tough question. I had no idea what my 2 favorite non-Star Wars movies were. A mischievous grin curved my lips. I'm not going to tell you. It'll be a secret until next Saturday. Chapter 5. Grandma was waiting for me when I got home from my date. She was sitting alone in the kitchen, staring at the door. Good, you're finally home. I need to show you something upstairs. Okay, so we were still acting like people could hear everything we said in the house. We climbed the stairs to the attic, not saying anything. Once we closed the attic door, Aunt Lily reworked her spell to keep prying eyes and ears away. My entire family was there, along with Hester and Eunice. This looks serious. Is everything okay? I asked. Nothing out of the ordinary happened today, but I wanted to meet with everyone before I went home for the night. Eunice said. What about? I asked. Hester stood up and started pacing the length of the attic. I haven't made as much progress as I'd hoped. I may have to stay a few extra days to get the spell figured out. If you didn't insist on doing it all yourself, we could get you out of here tomorrow, Grandma said. We've already talked about this, Esther. No one sees the grimoire until I'm done. I don't trust you to honor my request for sanctuary without having something else to hold over you, Hester said. I looked to my mother and aunts. My mother's eye was twitching. She was furious at the implication we weren't women of our word, and she was doing her best to remain calm. Maybe I could help you with things not directly related to the grimoire? I asked. We'll see, Hester said. Where's Jameson? Aunt Nadia said. Does he need dinner? He's not here right now. I had a visit from Forster today and... Hester started packing up her books. Forster is in town? I need to leave right away. He's here for me. I shook my head. He didn't say anything about you. He wanted me to covertly join the fraternity. He also said some bad things about Jameson's family. Jameson went to check on them and said he'd be home by midnight. Hester put her fully packed bag over her shoulder. I need to leave, now. Grandma stood in front of the door. If he knew where you were, he would have come for you already. He wouldn't wait around for Isabella to warn us first. But the minute you leave this house, he'll be able to find you, so put your bag down, stop being such an idiot, and get back to work. What else happened? My mother asked me. Not much more. He knocked over Trina's photo because I told him no. I think he would have done more, but a new customer walked into the store. Forster said he'd be back and then vanished. I'm going in to work with you tomorrow, my mother said. That was the last thing I needed. If Forster came in, he would be able to harm my mother just as easily as he would me, maybe easier because she didn't have an amulet. I'd be forced to defend both her and myself. With my focus split, he'd probably win. If he didn't come in tomorrow, I'd be spending the day with my mother underfoot and nervous. That's really not necessary. Maybe you could call once in a while and check up on me, I said, hoping that was enough of a compromise. Hester put her bag down. I don't like it. He never lets anyone know everything he knows. What if he followed her back here? He's been here before, for Trina's funeral. He knows where we live. Grandma sat down in an old armchair. You're not thinking very clearly. There aren't many magical families in Portsmouth, so it wouldn't be hard for him to narrow down where you are. Particularly since Eunice was here all day. If Eunice has to go, I have demands, Hester said. Demands? This wasn't going to go well. Until Jameson gets back, I don't want anyone falling asleep. She's too young to be trusted on her own, and I'm not willing to trust my safety to just her. I looked at my watch. It was already 8:30, and my cousins and I were night owls. Fine. Jameson will be back before midnight, and I'm sure we can all stay up that late. But you need to get back to work and get out of here quickly. Hester pulled the books out of her bag and set them back on Grandpa's old desk. I'll get started as soon as you all leave me in peace. We left the attic and Aunt Lily reworked her spell again. Grandma added a new spell, one I didn't recognize. What was that? It will keep her from running off tonight. I think tomorrow we'll force her to work with us. I don't like the idea of Forster coming to the house or the apothecary. Palmer warned me about him at Trina's funeral. Apparently, he's caught the attention of the police too. We walked to the living room and all Saturday he's broken enough laws that Palmer knows him by sight? Delia asked. I guess so. I told him Forster came to visit me today. I wouldn't be surprised if he sent Kate to spend the day with me tomorrow. My mother relaxed a bit more into her chair. If you've got Kate with you, she can watch you instead of me. I'll spend my time helping Hester. Chapter 6. Jameson hadn't returned home by 3 in the morning and, at that point, I gave up and went to sleep. There is no way I could pull an all-nighter and still be prepared for anything Forster might throw my way tomorrow. I was certainly more able to defend myself and my family than I was before I started training with my familiar, but I didn't feel ready to take on someone as seriously evil as Forster. Jameson wasn't home by the time I left for work either. I tried calling him telepathically, but I got no response. I hoped he was waiting for me in the apothecary. He wasn't waiting for me there, but Palmer, Kate, and several other police and emergency response workers were. It was never good to see that many flashing lights in front of your business. Palmer left the group of people he was speaking to and walked toward me. He had his serious business face on, so this was a definite no-romance zone. What happened? I asked. Another murder of an older woman. I began to panic. I hadn't seen Grandma before I left for work. Not Grandma? Palmer shook his head. I've never seen her before. But she was left on your doorstep, so I want you to come look at her and tell me if you recognize her. Even though I was relieved it wasn't Grandma, my heart was still pounding because it could have been Eunice or Hester. I hadn't thought to check on Hester before I left that morning. And Eunice hadn't come to the house by the time I left. Okay. Is it gruesome? No. She looked like she could have just sat down and never got back up again. Then how do you know she was murdered? I asked. Palmer squinted at me, trying to decide what to say. I can't tell you right now, but there was additional evidence. I nodded, grateful we were past the days when I would automatically be his first suspect. I could understand needing to keep some aspects of the investigation secret, and I knew he'd tell me whatever he could. We started walking to my door. I'll be right next to you, and you won't need to look at her for long, Palmer said. Someone had placed a sheet over the dead woman. She was propped up against my door. You're not going to let me open the apothecary today, are you? You can enter through the back in a couple of hours and work. Customers won't be able to use the front door until the scene is released. Kate stopped speaking to the crime scene photographer and moved to the other side of me. I'm here if you need me. I smiled at her and nodded. Before I looked at the woman on my doorstep, I checked the wards I'd laid on my shop the night before. Forster hadn't been near the building, but someone had broken in. I extended my senses through the building and found it empty. I'm ready. An EMT folded the sheet down so I could see just the victim's face. I gasped as Hester's lifeless eyes stared back at me. Kate took my hand and gave it a squeeze. Can you tell us her name? She asked. How could this have happened? She'd been safe in the house last night, protected by Aunt Lily's ward and Grandma's spell to keep her from leaving. I squeezed Kate's hand back, grateful she was there next to me. This is a woman named Hester. She and Grandma knew each other. She was at our house last night, and I thought she was going to stay in our guest room. I didn't want to say more than that, because we couldn't explain to the police where Hester lived or what she did for a living. Do you know her last name? Palmer asked gently. Johnson. I don't know if she ever married, so that could be her maiden name. Who found her? I asked, hoping it hadn't been a kid walking to school. Palmer pointed to a gaunt man dressed in very dirty clothing. He did. Your grandmother doesn't know him, too, does she? I took a good look at the man but didn't recognize him. I don't know, but I've never seen him before. Who is he? He said he's new to town and doesn't have a fixed address. He says he was sleeping in your courtyard last night, Palmer said. That's so sad. He doesn't have anywhere else to go? I guess not, Palmer said. Can I talk to him? I asked. Palmer led me to the man who looked up from the breakfast sandwich he was eating. This lady would like to speak to you. I held my hand out to him. Good morning. I'm Isabella and I own the apothecary. The woman in front of it was a friend of my family. He looked at me but said nothing. I guess I just wanted to thank you for finding her and calling the police. Wasn't any more than anyone else would have done, he said. Detective Palmer says you were sleeping out back, by the greenhouse. Is that okay with you? Can I help you find somewhere more permanent to live? No, ma'am. I prefer sleeping under the stars. I frowned. I didn't expect him to enjoy being homeless, and I didn't know what to do. Okay then. If you need my help, you know where to find me. Palmer put his hand on my shoulder. I'd like to go into the shop and see if anyone broke in last night. Through the back door? I asked, but since Hester hadn't been moved yet, that was obviously where we had to go. Palmer, Kate, and I walked into the back courtyard. I looked around, but there was no sign that anyone had slept here last night. He doesn't have a tent, even? I don't know. Let's look inside, Palmer said. I didn't immediately see anything out of place until I went into my locked office. Someone had attached a note to my leather chair by plunging a knife through it. Join or die was all it said. Even though Forster hadn't been near the apothecary, someone who worked for him had. Palmer! I called. I backed out of the room and leaned against the wall next to the prep room. Someone's left me a message. Go sit down, he told me. I walked into the prep room and sat down at my table. I heard Palmer giving Kate instructions to photograph, then bag the note and knife. You got it, boss. Do you think? I don't know. But we're not going to speculate right now. He probably didn't want me to hear them consider who would have left this note. But I knew who it was from. Hester had either refused to join the fraternity or had left it, and now she was dead. Forster wanted me to be sure I knew that I was next. Does anyone have the key to the building? Kate asked. I pursed my lips. I didn't know the answer to that question. I had never gotten around to changing the locks when I inherited the business. I don't know, but I'll get the locks changed today. Changing the locks wouldn't keep Forster or his people out, but I couldn't tell Palmer that right now. I felt my phone buzzing in my pocket and pulled it out. It's Grandma, can I get this? I asked. Tell her I'd like to speak with her at her earliest convenience, Palmer said. I answered the phone. Hester's gone, Grandma said. Good morning, Grandma, I said, ignoring what she just told me. Detective Palmer would like to speak to you at your earliest convenience about your friend Hester. I'm sorry to say, Grandma, she was found dead by my front door. Hades left. Grandma! I yelled. We'll all be there in a couple minutes. Hang tight, Grandma said. While we were waiting, Palmer and I stood off to the side, away from the hustle and bustle of the coroner and crime scene techs. Did she have anything with her? I asked, hoping to recover the grimoires before they fell into Forster's hands. No. Do you think something was stolen? He asked. I don't know. Grandma and the aunts made it to the shop in 10 minutes. By that time, Hester's body had been taken away, and crime scene techs were working on the front door of the apothecary. Ladies, thank you for coming so quickly. Let's go into the shop and talk, Palmer said. I led everyone through the back courtyard into the store. I unlocked my office, and we all went in. I was going to need to get more chairs if this sort of thing kept happening. Grandma sat behind my desk, and my aunts Lily and Nadia took the visitors' chairs. My mother and I stood behind the aunts, and Palmer stood by the window. The other girls had a big tour to give today, Haunted Portsmouth, I think they called it. They said if you needed to talk to them, they were free between 2 and 4 this afternoon, Aunt Lily said. Palmer nodded. First off, I'm sorry for your loss. It's never easy to lose a friend, and it's much worse when you aren't expecting it. She was doing a good job of looking sad. Maybe she liked Hester more than she let on. I like to start by saying no one is in any trouble here, and none of you are suspects. I'd like to build up as detailed a picture of Mrs. Johnson's last days as possible. I wasn't exactly sure how Grandma wanted to play this out. It wasn't like we could give Palmer all the information we had on Hester. As the youngest person in the room, I figured it would be best for me to remain silent. Palmer pulled out his notebook. Where was she from? That was a question we really couldn't answer. I looked to Grandma, worried about what she might say. Palmer was no fool, and he was very good at picking up when people were lying to him. She moved around a lot, but she preferred living up north, Grandma said. If she wasn't really settled and moved around a lot, what kind of work did she do? Palmer asked. At this question, Grandma sighed. A little of this, a little of that. A single woman with no house to take care of really doesn't need to make a lot of money to get by. At this, Palmer perked up. Can you tell me any place that she's worked recently? Grandma shook her head. No. She was older than me, so I'm sure she was living off her Social Security. If I were you, I'd start there. Palmer nodded. Does she have any next of kin? Any family at all? No. She never married and doesn't have any children. I don't think she had siblings, either. We were probably the closest thing she had to family. Can you think of any reason someone might want to hurt her? At this, Grandma's eyes widened. Are you saying she was murdered? I just assumed that she died of natural causes. My aunts turned to each other and feigned surprise. I came from a long line of good actresses. We don't know yet, but while I have you here, I thought I'd ask. Can you think of anyone? I'll tell you, Detective Palmer, Hester wasn't the easiest person to get along with. She didn't have a lot of friends and, when we were girls, she drove off any man that might have looked interested in her. But there's a big difference between being ornery and having someone want to murder you. So no, I can't imagine anyone wanting to kill her. Palmer did not look happy. As calm and seemingly open as Grandma had been, she didn't tell him anything. I knew he'd never find Hester in any government database, and there was no way he could get into Sewell to speak to people who knew her. Do you know what she was doing out in the middle of the night? Grandma shook her head. We went to bed around midnight. I assumed she was still asleep when I got up. Well, ladies, I guess that's all I have for you right now. Please get in touch with me, though, if you think of anything, no matter how small, that could help my investigation. Grandma stood up. Will there be an autopsy? Not up to me to say, but probably. If I can't find any next of kin, would you take care of her funeral? Of course, Grandma said. If that's all, I think I'd like to go home and rest. It's been a difficult morning. Of course. Kate can drive you home if you'd like. My mother gave my hand a quick squeeze before she and everyone else left the room. I followed Palmer out to the shop floor. I've had hardened criminals answer my questions better than your grandmother did, Palmer said once my family had left. He turned back to look at me, and I didn't like what I saw. He was frustrated and trying not to let anger get the better of him. I don't know what to tell you. If I had answers to any of those questions, I would have said something. But honestly, we didn't see her very often. Palmer walked to the front door and watched the techs work for a moment. If I find out that you or your family are keeping things from me, I will charge you with obstruction of justice. Girlfriend or no girlfriend, no matter what the chief says. Your family is hiding something and, for the life of me, I can't imagine what it is. He turned back to look at me. The anger had left his face, and he looked a little sad. You can trust me, you know. I nodded but didn't say anything. I could trust him with anything normal, but I wasn't sure I could trust him with my family's secrets. Chapter 7. I lit a candle next to Trina's photo on the counter and started to brew the day's tea. I chose African honeybush because I craved its natural sweetness. The shop opened an hour late, after the police left. I was pleased they let me use my front door. I'm going to get this information back to the office. We've got a sergeant who's a whiz at finding people online. I bit my lip and smiled at him. Before you go, there's something I'd like to show you in the prep room. Really? Can it wait? I really need to go. I took his hand and pulled him along with me. Once in the darkened prep room, I put my arms around his neck and pulled his face closer to mine. I was about to kiss him when Jameson let out a loud meow. Your cat is here? I didn't see him before. I sighed. So much for having a romantic moment. Sometimes he hides under the shelves. Anyway, I'll talk to you later. After Palmer left, I turned to Jameson. Did Grandma send you? I was just about to kiss him when you interrupted us. There's no reason you couldn't have. Of course there was. I don't want to share private moments with you. Most people don't have a problem kissing in front of their pets, you know, he said. Most people's pets don't talk back either. To answer your question, yes, your grandmother did send me. You need to have a talk with her and let her know that I'm not her familiar, and I don't work for her. It would not be easy to get Grandma to understand. I'll do my best. What did she want? Family meeting tonight, as soon as you get out of work. I had assumed we'd be meeting again. Okay. I'll be there. You don't have any additional information for Palmer, do you? Who, me? Jameson said in his most innocent-sounding voice. Yes, you. Do you know who killed Hester? No idea. If I did, I would have told you already. I spent the last hour of work going through the applications I had for my assistant position. I hadn't expected to have so many in just 2 days. I whittled them down to the 3 most promising candidates, but didn't have too much hope. The first candidate had been a car salesman and claimed to be looking for new opportunities in sales. I took that to mean he wasn't very good at selling cars. The second candidate had graduated high school this past spring and had almost no job experience, relevant or otherwise. Lots of extracurricular activities in high school, but none that would necessarily help here. The final candidate was, to my surprise, a customer, Mrs. Williams, the woman who insisted on choosing her tea 1 bud at a time. I chuckled. It might almost be worth it to hire her, so she could choose her own tea. Mrs. Williams had threatened to never come to the apothecary again when I had mistakenly thought she might have killed Trina Bassett, my mentor and the former owner. She lasted 2 weeks before she was back in, complaining about other tea shops not taking her requirements seriously. I got busy with the day's potions I needed to create until I heard my door chimes ring. I poked my head out the prep room door and saw Mrs. Newcomb. I tossed my apron onto my stool and walked out to greet her. Good morning, Mrs. Newcomb. How are you? I'm just fine, doll. Just fine. She sounded great. I'd made a small adjustment to her honey throat soother, and her voice had started improving. The raspiness was gone, and I hadn't heard her cough for over 2 months now. Glad to hear it. How can I help you today? It was a formality. I knew exactly what she wanted. She wanted to know what happened this morning that had so many police at my door. Do you really need to ask? Let's have some tea and I'll tell you everything I know. I poured us tea and thought it would be nice to have a small table to sit at. Do you want to browse, or come sit in my office? She took the mug of tea I handed her. I wanted to look at these healing stones you have. My granddaughter has been telling me all about how her amethyst bracelet has been helping her. Amethyst was said to boost the immune system and help digestion. I wasn't sensitive to crystal magic, so I'd never felt any changes when I wore my amethyst necklace. We have a couple of lovely pieces and a chart that details the healing properties of each stone. I let her look for a moment and then started to tell her why the police were at my door. This morning a homeless man found a woman, dead, at my front door. She looked like she just sat there and might get up at any moment until I realized she wasn't breathing. Oh, honey, that's terrible. Are you okay? I nodded. I'll be okay. Her name was Hester Johnson, and she was a friend of my grandmother's. She set her mug down and pulled me into a hug. And you opened the shop anyway? No one would have minded if you took the day off. How is your grandmother? She released me and I gave her a small smile. You know Grandma, tough as nails. All she wants to do is help the police find whoever did this. In a dramatic whisper, Mrs. Newcomb said, Do you think she was murdered? I have no idea, but Grandma says Hester was strong as an ox. Mrs. Newcomb selected one amethyst and one malachite stone. I think I'll take these. Do the police think she was murdered? I shook my head. You know them, they don't say anything until they're sure. And even then, they don't say very much. He doesn't even tell you? I heard a rumor you two are getting very close these days, she said with a wink. I blushed a little bit. Yeah, we are. But I don't think it helps a relationship when the non-police person keeps stumbling over dead bodies. I look at it like it's the universe's way of keeping the two of you together, she said. That was certainly an interesting way to look at it. Was the universe, or Bridget, or any other force working to keep us together? I wasn't sure we'd ever know. Let me ring those up for you. Once she left, I got back to the potions I was creating in the prep room. It took a while to complete the work, because I was distracted by the notion of the universe working to keep Palmer and me together. I didn't mind being kept together, but I didn't like the idea that other people might have to die to make it happen. I was sweeping the floor when Palmer walked in, a small bunch of flowers in his hand. I smiled at him, but then stopped because he looked worried. You okay? I don't know. I feel like when I left we weren't on very good terms. I've spent the last several hours worrying that you wouldn't want to see me ever again because I implied your family was lying. I took the flowers from his hand before he completely crushed the stems. Are these for me? He let them go. Yes, but if that's not enough of an apology, let me know. Palmer had told me a little bit about his ex-wife on our first date. She hadn't treated him very well, and he was still feeling the effects of her behavior. I didn't need flowers or candy, just a conversation for an apology. I think we need to have a talk. If you think you've done something wrong, then you should apologize. All I need is for you to tell me you're sorry and say you'll try not to do whatever the issue is again. I don't need flowers, or chocolates, or jewelry, or anything else. Not that I don't like those things, and these flowers are lovely, but that's not what I need for an apology. I'd rather have gifts come from when you're happy than when you're upset or worried. Okay? I could see the tension leaving his shoulders as he relaxed. I can do that. And I really am sorry I called your family liars. I grinned at him. My family has been called much worse than that in the past, and I can see where it doesn't look like Grandma has been very helpful. I turned and rummaged through the bottom shelf of the counter, hoping to find a flower vase. In the very back corner, I found a short, dusty glass. Come on out back while I put these in water. I washed the vase in the prep room sink, trimmed off the crushed portion of the stems, and arranged the flowers. I really do like these, thank you. I gave him a quick kiss on the cheek before stepping around him to the shop. I set the flowers next to Trina's photo. There, now everyone who comes in can enjoy them. Palmer followed me with a big grin on his face. He tried to stop smiling and mostly succeeded. I haven't been able to find Hester anywhere. Are you sure her last name was Johnson? If Grandma said so, then yes. I've always just known her as Hester. I thought for a moment. Grandma said she had never married, so I doubt she would have changed her name. That erased the last of the smile from Palmer's face. I was afraid you'd say that. If she was trying to hide her true identity, it could be much harder to find out who she was. She could have been on the run for decades, making any evidence almost impossible to find. Another avenue we're looking into is that she may have belonged to a cult. I looked away from the flowers to him. A cult? The only people these days who don't have social security numbers are people who were born into and never left a cult. Do you think that describes Hester? That was an interesting angle that I could use. Was there anything I could tell him that made her life sound like she belonged to a cult? You mean like Jonestown? Maybe nothing as extreme, possibly some fundamentalist Mormons or other splinter groups that started from a more traditional religion. Did Hester ever talk about going to any particular church? I shook my head. I can't see Hester saying anyone had power over her life but herself. She was pretty ornery and not someone likely to join groups for any reason. Palmer nodded. Okay, that helps. What we know so far is that she was a loner who moved around but preferred northern New Hampshire. That gives us something to work with. I'm glad. Do you need to find where she came from? He sighed. We haven't told the public she was murdered, and we haven't told anyone outside of the force that we're looking at a serial killer angle. We need to find a connection to the older women who've been killed over the past week. And that's why you want me to keep an eye on Grandma, right? Yes. I'd hate for her to be next. I don't think she likes me, but you love her, and that's enough for me. Chapter 8. I walked into the kitchen of Proctor House and was greeted by my cousins. Delia handed me a plate with lasagna, salad, and garlic bread. Smells delicious, I said. We're all waiting for you in the dining room, Thea said. I didn't realize we were in a rush. I followed my cousins to the blue dining room and sat. Now that we're all here, we need to make a plan and get to work, Grandma said. I looked to my mother and raised an eyebrow. Wait a minute. Before we do anything, I need to know how Hester got out of the house, I said. Grandma sighed. It was my fault. My spell kept us all from walking out of the house, and it should have kept her from teleporting, too, but she used several sigils to amplify her power. They're in chalk on the attic floor. Grandma put her fork down and looked away. It's not your fault, my mother said. If she was that determined to leave, there wasn't anything you could have done to keep her here. What if the sigils hadn't worked? She might have tried to force you to drop the spell. Grandma looked to my mother. And I wouldn't have. She'd have threatened one of you girls, and then who knows what would have happened next. I stood up and gave Grandma a hug. You did your best and, in the end, Hester made her own choice. She voluntarily gave up the sanctuary we gave her. You're not responsible for that. I suppose you're right, she said. Let's talk about keeping the people we care about safe. Palmer and Kate may not be safe while they're investigating Hester's death. We need to protect them in a way they'll never suspect, my mother said. I nodded and took a bite of my lasagna. It was meals like this that had me wonder why I had ever wanted to move out of Proctor House. I took another bite and reminded myself, independence. Isabella can spend some time with the boyfriend, keeping him safe. But she can't be with him all the time. It would look suspicious if suddenly she stopped working, just to be with him, Grandma said. And this is where the 6 of us come in, my mother said. You're not all going to trade off spending time with him, are you? That would be extremely suspicious, I said. We were going to take turns following him and Kate under a cloaking spell. If it looked like anything bad was going to happen, we'd be able to step in and help them, Aunt Lily said. And when they drive somewhere? It's a little risky trying to get into the car with them, isn't it? I asked. Grandma smiled at me. This is where you come in. You need to make 2 charms, one for Kate and one for the boyfriend. I'll give you the spell, and you and Jameson can make them tonight. The longer they have the charm, the stronger it will be, and the longer its protection will last. That's a really good idea. I can't believe I haven't done that for them already, I said. Grandma handed me a piece of paper with the spell written down. Jameson had been after me for months now to start my own grimoire, and this should be the first spell I put in it. I was learning so many spells from Jameson, I was starting to think I might forget some. Grandma, why do you keep calling Palmer the boyfriend? It's a little rude to not use his name, don't you think? Maybe, but boyfriends aren't all that useful to witches, not when they're not magical. What do you mean? With the exception of your grandfather, most men aren't useful to us witches. Once we have their child, there's not much more we need them for. Grandma! I can't believe you just said that. Your mother and your Aunt Nadia could have saved themselves a lot of heartache if they'd done what your Aunt Lily did. Get pregnant, break up, raise her daughter on her own. No fuss, no trouble, just a witch and her daughter. I was astonished Grandma would say that. I thought she couldn't say anything worse, but she continued. Men are pretty much interchangeable and, except for your grandfather again, really not worth the work. 99 out of 100 couples where one is a witch and one is a human don't make it. It just doesn't make sense to get attached to him. Aunt Lily stood up. I'll take the first shift of watching over Detective Palmer. I noticed she stressed the words Detective Palmer. It didn't look like she agreed with Grandma. Aunt Nadia stood up. I'll take Kate for the night. Don't forget to put wards on their houses and cars, Grandma called after them. I know you believe this, Mother, but did you have to be so harsh? Yes, I did. The girls need to know they shouldn't waste their time with men. It's best to have a child on your own. In fact, she said, as though this idea just occurred to her, a one-night stand where he would never even know you were pregnant is probably best. I rolled my eyes. That is not what I wanted for my life. I really liked the idea of having my own little house with a garden and a husband who went off to work every day while I stayed home, raised children, and made potions on the side. Is Jameson around? I want to get started on this potion. Jameson jumped up on the dining room table and sniffed at my lasagna. Of course I'm here. What do we need? I set the instructions down on the table in front of him, then realized I had no idea if he could read or not. Oh, dumb question, but can you read? He sighed, clearly disappointed with me. Of course I can. Do you think I could get very far as a familiar being illiterate? I guess not. I read the ingredients with him. I don't have hair from either of them. It looks like we'll have to wait until tomorrow for these charms. Unnecessary. I can pop in and out of their apartments and get what we need. It'll only take a couple minutes, Jameson said. He jumped off the table and vanished before he hit the floor. Interesting. I'd never seen him appear or disappear in midair like that. I wondered if he'd ever teach me how to teleport. He popped back into view a minute later with long dark strands of hair in his mouth. He set them on the table. From Kate's hairbrush, he said, then he vanished again. I started to read the charm instructions. Grandma, do we have rainwater from a full moon? Of course we do. What kind of witch do you think I am? A better one than me, because I didn't have any at the shop. Jameson returned with shorter curly hair from Palmer's brush, and we got busy creating the charms. I chose a hair elastic for Kate, because she almost always had her hair pulled back. Palmer's charm was courtesy of Jameson. He'd stolen Palmer's car keys. 2 hours later, Jameson pronounced my work adequate, and he vanished to place the items in their respective homes. I sat back and closed my eyes. I'd never cast such a strong protection spell on such small items. It was hard work to force the amount of protection I'd place on my apartment or my shop into a set of car keys or an elastic band. Chapter 9. Grandma and the aunts took over following Palmer and Kate the next day. Palmer Watch, as they called it, so Thea, Delia, and I could go to Sewell. We wanted to talk to Elsbeth about her problem with Hester. We left early in the morning, so I stayed at Proctor House again. At some point, I really wanted to get back to my own apartment, but that wouldn't be any time soon. Even though things were looking grim, we had a fun trip north, singing as we drove until the sky turned pink, letting us know we'd passed the magical boundary into Sewell. We parked downtown and walked to Hope's house. Grandma was worried, so she had asked us to check on Hope first. The house looked empty, but we knocked on the door anyway. After waiting for a while and getting no answer, I peered through the window on the door. "Do you think we should go around back?" Delia asked. "I'm not sure that's a good idea. If she had any time before she left, she may have set up some defenses. There's no way to predict whether they'll be able to tell the difference between friend and enemy," I said. "I don't feel up to risking it," Thea said. We started walking toward town and saw one of Hope's neighbors outside with her small son. I waved and said hello. "Have you seen Hope lately?" The woman stiffened when I spoke to her. "Don't come any closer. I don't know who you are, and I don't trust you." I held my hands up, even though I knew that didn't mean much for a witch. "My name is Isabella. My grandmother is friends with Hope and asked us to check on her, that's all." "I guess this means you haven't seen her?" The woman shook her head. "No, I haven't. She left town days ago." "Are you really friends of hers?" I nodded. "And what's your grandmother's name?" "Hester Proctor," Delia said. The woman relaxed. "Hope gave me a house key for her. Or anyone in your family. Stay right there and I'll get it." "Jonah, come with me into the house," she said. The little boy looked up from the sticks he was playing with on the ground and walked over to his mother. They walked into the house, and she returned after a moment with a key. "You keep the key, I don't want it." I nodded and took the key from her. "Thank you. We won't bother you anymore." Inside Hope's house, the air was still and nothing seemed out of place. We split up and checked all the rooms. I found a letter in a sealed envelope addressed to the Proctor family. When Delia and Thea joined me, I opened it. "I don't know which one of you is reading this letter, so please make sure Esther gets this right away. Witches have been disappearing in town over the past few weeks. Attached is the list of witches and their ages. You'll see that someone is getting rid of the oldest witches in town. This can mean only one thing: someone is trying to take Sewell over. I would not be surprised if Esther was on someone's list as well. Take care and keep each other safe. Hope. Interesting, Thea said. More like terrifying, Delia said. They were both right. Let's find Elsbeth and get home as soon as possible. Suddenly, I don't feel so comfortable having Grandma protecting Kate and Palmer. There were very few people in the shops and very few shops even open that morning. It's not a holiday, is it? Thea asked. No. Samhain isn't for days yet. I would expect people out in droves buying for the celebration. But if witches are disappearing, I'm not surprised most people don't want to be out and about. One shop that was open was Hester's former potion shop. The sign had been taken down but not replaced yet. We walked in and saw an elderly woman dusting the shelves. "Can I help you girls?" she said in a raspy, brittle voice. If the oldest witches had been taken away, I wondered why she was still here. "We're looking for a potion witch named Elsbeth. Do you know where we could find her?" "Do I know where I can find her?" she asked incredulously. "Of course I do. What do you want her for?" "We wanted to talk to her about Hester Johnson. Since you seem to have taken over her shop, maybe you can help us out too," Thea said. The woman turned and spat on the floor. "I hate that woman. I'm glad she's gone." "Why is that?" Delia asked. The woman pointed to a chair and levitated it gently toward her. Once it landed, she sat down. "Because I'm Elsbeth. She did this to me." "She made you old?" Thea asked. Elsbeth snorted. "She tried to kill me, and the only way I could save myself was to give up years of my life to the potion that cured me." When Hester said Elsbeth didn't die, she left out this part. "I'm very sorry to hear that. Is there anything we can do?" Delia asked. "No. All I can do is drink from my fountain of youth and try to stave off my death as long as possible." These sorts of potions were generally frowned on. Fountains of youth could be horribly misused, but, in this case, I didn't think that was what was happening. "Why are you in her shop?" I asked. "That witch owes me, so I took everything she left behind. Tell her not to bother coming back, because she's got nothing left here." "Do you know where she is right now?" Delia asked. Elsbeth shook her head. "Part of the curse was I couldn't leave town. I didn't bother to fight that restriction, I was too busy trying to save my life." "What happens if you try to leave town?" I asked. Elsbeth shrugged. "Pretty sure I'll die. The closer I get to the town line, the worse I feel. It's not something I want to experiment too much with." That made sense. "I'm sorry, I didn't introduce myself. My name is Isabella Proctor, and these are my cousins, Thea and Delia. I run the Portsmouth Apothecary, and, if there is anything you need, or anything I can help you with to reverse what Hester tried to do to you, please let me know." Elsbeth frowned. "I doubt there's much you could do. If you brought her to me, she could tell me how to make the antidote. Until then, all I can do is keep slowing the progress down." "I'm afraid that's not possible. She was found dead at the doorstep of my apothecary yesterday morning." Elsbeth sat up straighter. "Did she have anything with her?" I shook my head. "Nothing at the scene of the crime. I'll double-check with my grandmother to make sure she didn't leave anything at the house." "You let her into your house?" Elsbeth said indignantly. "Look, she wasn't my favorite person either, but she claimed sanctuary, and there was nothing we could do." Elsbeth stood up. You three are no use to me. She should have been shunned. Denied sanctuary anywhere for what she did to me. Get out! We left quickly, not sure we wanted her angry with us, and not sure she was strong enough to withstand her emotions. Chapter 10. I arrived at work early the next morning because I had set up 2 interviews before the shop opened. The first was with Kevin Ford, the car salesman. He arrived 3 minutes early, which I appreciated. Early enough to show that the interview was important, but not so early that it was inconvenient for me. I unlocked the door and shook his hand. You must be Mr. Ford. He smiled and said, I am. It's good to meet you, ma'am. Ouch. Ma'am. He was at least 20 years older than me and seemed to be going prematurely gray. Come on back to the office and we can talk. He followed me, and we sat in my recently tidied office. I didn't want to make a bad impression on my potential new hires. I read through your resume, and you certainly have a lot of sales experience. What I'd like to know is why do you think working in my apothecary is the right job for you? It's hardly a high-pressure sales environment. He flashed me a grin and started speaking rapidly. I am a fantastic salesman. My last job was in car sales, and that is a brutal business. Well, I say brutal, but I love the challenge. The challenge of getting someone into a new car, the right car for them. And then, of course, upselling. The key to profitability, upselling. Let's say someone comes in for a used car. I take them through the used cars, point out all the problems each car is going to give them over the next 5 years, and explain to them how a new car, while it costs more money, is worth the peace of mind. Anyone with children automatically goes for the peace of mind argument. No one wants to think about their kids being stuck on the side of the road somewhere. I tried not to cringe. High-pressure sales tactics were not going to work with my customers. And how do you think those skills will translate to working here in the apothecary? I think the possibilities are endless here. You have so many different products that people are interested in, it's easy to sell more items to each customer. Sure, they may come in for some tea. But then there are candles and stones and other things I can direct them to. At such a low price point, I feel I can send them out with everything that they could possibly need. This was definitely not going to work out. I was not interested in changing the dynamic of my relaxed, cozy shop. And what would you do with the customer who knew their mind and really only wanted one thing? He sighed. I'm not really sure these are the kind of customers we want. It's hardly worth our time to sell one thing to each customer, is it? Of course I would assist them, but in the future they would get very little of my attention. I need to work where the commissions are and, quite frankly, one small sale isn't going to pay my rent. I tried not to frown. I think I see a problem here. This is not a commissions-based position. You would be making a fixed hourly rate regardless of how much you sold. Would you still be interested in a job like that? He shook his head. No commission? Then I hardly have any incentive to really push your brand and sell more products, and I can imagine that's what you want. I did know one thing, and that was that I did not want this man anywhere near my products unless he wanted to buy them. Okay then. I think I've got enough information here, and I'll get back to you when I make my hiring decision. We both stood up and shook hands. Keep the commission structure in mind, it will do your business a world of good. I closed the door behind him and sighed. I didn't have much hope for my next interview either, Mrs. Williams. I peered out the door but didn't see her yet. I turned and looked at my shop. Was I ready to let someone else represent me while I wasn't here? Did I really need time off? The truth was, I did. business was growing, and I no longer had time between customers to replace the products I sold, never mind develop new ones. I needed the help, but I needed the right help. Mrs. Williams knocked on the door and I let her in. "Good morning, Mrs. Williams," I said. "Good morning, Isabella." She looked around my shop and made a small face. Something here did not make her happy. "Let's go sit in the office where we'll be more comfortable." Mrs. Williams followed me to my office. Before I could ask her any questions, she started talking. "I'm quite glad you called me in for an interview. I know exactly what this shop needs, and I am sure in just a few months we'll be able to get it shipshape and running well." Shipshape? It already seemed fine to me. "I'd love to hear your ideas about that. What did you have in mind?" "I think it's better if we go out to the shop and take a look. I can point some things out that have been bothering me for a long time," she said. I followed her out to the shop and the first thing she pointed out was the cash register. "This old-fashioned register needs to go." "Sure, it's lovely, but you need to look more modern. A sleek all-in-one point-of-sale system would be perfect for you, and it would take far less space on the counter." How in the world did Mrs. Williams know about point-of-sale systems? I had to admit she probably had a point, but I loved the vintage cash register. "And this wall of jars," she said. I looked to the wall of herb jars and it looked fine to me. "The spacing is off, the labels are handwritten, and when you get very close to them, some of them have fingerprints. Most likely, as we did touch things in the store. There was no way I would have time to clean each of the 100 jars every day. The fingerprints were going to have to stay." "You have quite an eye for detail," I said. Mrs. Williams walked to the box of stones near the front of the shop. "And these stones? They're just all jumbled together and the customer can't find what they want right away. If we had them organized more efficiently, people would not need to hunt and peck for them." I thought the hunt and peck method was more fun, because you never knew what you would come across. "And the germs. I don't imagine you considered cleaning these once in a while, have you?" I shook my head. "And that's why you need me to work here." "Well, Mrs. Williams, you bring up a lot of valid points. Why don't we go back to the office, and you can tell me a little bit about your experience? When you get to be my age, dear, there's almost nothing you haven't done." We sat back in the office. "Why don't we start with your last sales job? My experience isn't so much in sales as it is in organization. And, of course, tidiness. There is nothing I can't clean or organize." "And where did you get those skills?" 5 children, dear. I have successfully raised 5 children. 1 doctor, 1 lawyer, 2 housewives, and 1 judge. You don't have successful children like that if you're a slacker as a mother. I ran my house to exacting standards. Clean, tidy, on time, respectful. Those were our watchwords. I wasn't exactly sure how this would translate to selling things in the shop, though. 5 children, and all so successful. You must be proud." She beamed. "I am. Once you hire me, I'll be happy to tell you my secrets. You might be thinking about settling down soon, and you would certainly do well to follow my example." It took a monumental effort of will, but I did not roll my eyes at her. "I'm sure I would. Do you have any questions for me about the job?" "Yes, I'd like to discuss my work schedule and what your expectations of the job would be." "Well, I am quite flexible regarding the schedule and, as far as job expectations, keep the store tidy, assist customers when I am not available, things like that." "I see you haven't thought much about this. On my first day, I will bring in a list of duties that I am willing to perform, and we can talk about it then. Strike 2 on interview candidates." I have a few other people to interview, so why don't we defer the list of duties for now? Although, if I hired her, I'd never have to pick out each individual bud of chamomile or lavender for her again. Tempting, but no. I stood up. Thank you so much for coming in today, Mrs. Williams. I'll get back to you when I've made my final decision. I'd asked Delia to try and find Hester's victim Lazar. He was a librarian and lived in Kittery, Maine. Once I closed the shop for the night, Thea and Delia picked me up and we went to talk to him. We met in a local coffee shop, the Happy Bean. How can I help you ladies? He asked. We wanted to talk to you about Hester Johnson. Lazar looked around, worried that anyone might have heard us. What about her? She told us what she did to you, and we're investigating her murder. Where were you 2 nights ago? She's dead? That's too bad. I was confused. She'd stolen his magical abilities, and he was sad that she was dead? What makes you say that? He sat back, convinced no one was eavesdropping on us. She did me a favor. I wasn't very talented, but when you live in Sewell, there's no real way to say you don't want to do magic. People treat you like a freak, your parents are disappointed in you, and the whole town starts to avoid you. When she stole my power, she banished me from Sewell, and I had to start a whole new life for myself. Best thing that ever happened to me. Really? But you can never go back to see your family, Delia said. True, but they come visit me. It was difficult for them at first, because they didn't know what happened to me. I just disappeared, and it wasn't until they got the letter I wrote to them that they knew what happened. They're angrier with her than I ever was. I love my life now, and I wouldn't trade it for all the magical power in the world. And where were you a couple nights ago? Thea asked. I was giving a lecture to the library science majors from 6 to 9. After that, I had office hours until 10, then I went home. Do you have a roommate? Anyone who can vouch for your being home all night? Thea asked. My wife. Would you like me to call her? That won't be necessary, thank you, I said. And you're really not angry with Hester? Thea asked. No. I was at first, but it's been years now. I can't imagine my life without my wife and kids. I would never have been this happy if I stayed in Sewell and tried to strengthen my very limited powers. Do your children have any abilities? Delia asked. He shook his head. Not as far as I can tell. They're 4 and 5, so I should have seen something by now. The police may also come to talk to you. We would appreciate it if you didn't mention talking to us first, I said. The police? They'd never be able to connect Hester to me. You'd be surprised, there's a detective in the Portsmouth Police Department who is pretty good at connecting the dots, even the supernatural ones. Chapter 11. My last interview was at 9:30 the next morning. Originally, I thought the recent high school grad with barely any experience wouldn't be a good fit, but after the other 2 interviews, I decided she couldn't be any worse. She arrived at 9 and knocked on the glass door. I opened it, and before I could say anything, she said, Hi, I'm Mackenzie Malloy. I'm here for an interview with Isabella Proctor. She was nervous. I'm Isabella. Come on back, we'll chat in the office. She sat on the edge of the chair and looked like any loud noise would make her jump. Tell me a little bit about yourself, I said. I graduated from high school this past June. Over the summer, I worked as a lifeguard at a YMCA camp. Once camp was over, I moved back home with my parents, and honestly, it's a little rough. It's tough trying to have your parents make the adjustment to thinking of you as an adult when you still live in their house. I could relate. Are you considering college? She sighed. I considered it, but I'm not feeling very motivated. I think if I went to college, my parents would stop worrying so much about me, but that's not enough of a reason to go, don't you think? I agree. Do you have any retail experience? I worked at the pretzel shop in the mall for 3 summers. But I've never worked in a place like this. I'm looking forward to learning what it takes to run a small business, though. I think that's what I might like to do with my future. Of the 3 candidates I had, Mackenzie was the only one who didn't want to come in and make huge changes to my business, as though she knew better than I did how to run it. I also had a good feeling about her. When can you start? She beamed at me. Tomorrow. Although, I guess today, if you really needed me. I chuckled. Tomorrow is just fine. Be here at 10, and I'll start training you. She jumped up from her chair and held her hand out to me. Thank you, Ms. Proctor, I really appreciate this. I shook her hand. You can call me Isabella, and I'll see you tomorrow morning. Mackenzie practically floated out of the store. It probably wasn't best to hire someone without checking their references first, but my intuition said I needed to hire her. Just after 10, Palmer came into the shop with another man whose entire demeanor shouted official government business. Miss Proctor, I'd like to introduce you to Agent Santos. Good morning, Detective Palmer, Agent Santos. What can I do for you? Santos looked skeptically at Palmer, who nodded. The FBI is investigating a string of homicides, and it looks as though Mrs. Johnson has been the latest victim. The women were all elderly, and appeared to die of natural causes, he said. If it looked like natural causes, how do you think they were murders? Santos looked grim. We're not at liberty to say. Santos wants to interview your family, since you all were the last to see Mrs. Johnson. And you're starting with me? I asked. No. I've been assured you had nothing to do with her death. This is just a courtesy call, Detective Palmer insisted on. I smiled at Palmer. I appreciate that. I know the aunts and grandma had a lot of errands to do today, so maybe stop by for dinner? They'd be happy to feed you while you asked them questions. What's your Aunt Nadia making for dinner tonight? Palmer asked. I think she said. I paused and tried to read Santos' eggplant parmesan. Jameson's been working with me on seeing what other people are thinking and, apparently, I'm getting better at it. Santos's lips turned up in the barest smile, so I had guessed right. He was a vegetarian. We really shouldn't, Santos said. Palmer shot him a frown. Fine. We can go before dinner and then you can eat a sad, lonely hotel meal on your own. Good day, Miss Palmer, Santos said as they walked out of the shop. I counted to 10 and said, you can come out now, they're gone. I didn't know who was following Palmer today until Delia walked out of the prep room. The apothecary had a large picture window, and it wouldn't have been a good idea for her to appear from nowhere in front of it. You'll tell the rest of the family? I asked. I'll make sure we're all home by about 3. They can question us to their heart's content. We honestly know nothing about who killed Hester, and the only thing we could offer was to eliminate 2 suspects they didn't even know they had, Delia said. My phone rang, and I was tired enough that I didn't bother to read the caller ID before I connected. Hello. Hey, Bella, it's me, Jeff. It took me a minute to remember the terrible date our parents had set us up on earlier in the year. What day was it today? Tuesday. At least that meant he wasn't calling me during a weekend carb and drinking binge. Jeff, what can I do for you? I asked, hoping I didn't actually sound very helpful. It's been a while since we talked, and I thought we ought to reconnect, he said. I was grateful he hadn't called after our date. We'd never work out as a couple. I'm dating someone right now, a police detective. That's cool. I'm seeing someone too. Well, I will be, once her schedule opens up. How's your business going? It's picking up. I'm busier than I've ever been, and I love meeting new customers. Good to hear. I'm trying to expand my resume and saw you're looking for someone in your shop. I'd be great for the job. Do you need to have a formal interview? I mean, you already know me. On our date, he gave me the impression he was set for life with work. He worked at his parents' nursery and said he'd inherit it after they retired. Are you leaving the nursery? I haven't decided yet, but I'm not sure this is the business for me, he said. Did your hours get cut? Okay, look. I'll tell you what happened, but it's not my fault. I frowned and waited for him to continue. One little accident with the forklift, and my dad has me shuffling papers in a cubicle. All I do is check inventory against invoices and flag products that need to be reordered. It's horrible. What happened with the forklift? I asked. He sighed. I was showing off for a new girl, and I accidentally hit a special order of bonsai trees. Anyway, I had no idea they were so delicate. I'd have put them back in their pots a lot sooner if I'd known. It seems like a harsh punishment, I said. Apparently they were old, like over 100 years, and were over $1,000 each. Now no one in the office will talk to me. You know how much I need to talk to other people, I can't just sit there and work. And my mother is mad because we had to cancel our Christmas trip to the Caribbean. Tough break, I said. But honestly, how could he say it wasn't his fault? I'm really sorry, Jeff, but I've already hired someone. You have? Already? I knew I should have called as soon as I saw the listing. I tell you what, I'll keep you in mind if my new hire doesn't work out. I'd make sure Mackenzie worked out, because if she didn't, I'd have to choose between Jeff and Mrs. Williams. Great. You won't regret it. We hung up and I shook my head. Life was tough if you couldn't even get along in the business your parents owned. Maybe he'd find a better position somewhere else, but I knew he wouldn't ever work at the apothecary. Chapter 12. I spent the afternoon thinking about how to train a new employee and what order of training would make most sense to her. At 5 o'clock I called Eunice. You need to come to Proctor House. It's not safe for you to be alone. Eunice scoffed. The day I let someone your age tell me what is and isn't safe is the day you can put me in a nursing home. As far as I can tell, Hester got what she deserved and the town's gone back to normal now. The FBI has been investigating a string of murders, just like Hester's, and Palmer is concerned that Grandma might be next. You might be too. Oh, well, if some 40-year-old non-magic guy says it's true, it must be, she said sarcastically. Listen. I don't argue with you about magic, you shouldn't argue with me about police work. Thea and Delia are going to pick you up. Pack a bag and be prepared to stay for a few days until we get this sorted out. 20 minutes later, Thea and Delia picked me up on their way back. At Proctor House, Eunice got out of the car, suitcase noticeably missing. There's no reason for me to stay here. My house is just as safe as yours, she said as we walked into the kitchen. But it did occur to me, we need to step up your amulet training. I sank into a chair and closed my eyes. Step up my training? I already felt like I'd been working as hard as I possibly could. What else do you think I can learn quickly? Eunice sat at the table, and my mother poured her a glass of whiskey. Thanks, Michelle. It's going to be a long night. Eunice looked to Jameson. Is she ready for offensive spells yet? Jameson shook his head. Okay, defensive spells only. You still need to learn how to send out a warning to other witches, and how to freeze your opponent's motion. After that, you need to start practicing casting 2 spells at once. My eyes widened. I didn't feel like I was capable of splitting my focus to cast 2 spells. At least not at the same time. Sending a warning isn't too difficult. Start with thinking about Thea and Delia. Have their images in your mind and call to them, telling them to come into the kitchen. I thought about my cousins and what they were probably doing right now. I imagined them upstairs in their rooms and I said, as though I was in the room with them, come downstairs to the kitchen. Nothing seemed to happen. I looked to Eunice, who shook her head. You'll need to be more forceful than that to get your telepathic message to them. Should I hold on to the amulet? Eunice frowned. It would help, but if you're in the position where you need to send a warning or cry for help, you may not have your amulet or you may not be able to touch it, so it's better to learn without the amulet first. I tried again, imagining Thea and Delia and tried shouting at them in my mind. I thought I heard footsteps on the 2nd floor, so I waited for a minute. Thea and Delia walked into the kitchen. Thea looked confused. I can't remember what I wanted in here. Me either, Delia said. I looked at Eunice and she nodded. You did it. I grinned. I called you down here, I'm practicing a warning spell. Thea looked like she didn't believe me. I closed my eyes and concentrated on her. Can you hear me talking to you? I opened my eyes to see her staring at me, eyes wide. That was you? That was me. Eunice stood up. All right, girls, go back upstairs and come back down when you hear Isabella's warning. So what's the difference between a warning and just talking to them? I asked. Eunice sat back down next to me. A warning has more intensity. You put more emotion behind it, and the people you're warning, even if they don't understand what you're trying to say, will start moving out of the way of trouble. What do I need to do for that? Now you need to hold 2 things in your mind. You need to clearly see who you're warning and what you're warning them about. You're going to warn Thea and Delia that there's a fire in the kitchen. I closed my eyes and thought for a minute. Holding Thea and Delia in my mind was not difficult, but the kitchen was not on fire, so I was having a hard time keeping that in my mind as well. I called out to Thea and Delia, fire, fire. But nothing happened. I could always set the kitchen on fire if you can't do it on your own, Eunice said. That would be a very bad plan. Aunt Nadia would never forgive Eunice, and possibly never forgive me, if her beautiful kitchen went up in flames. Let me try again. I tried to remember how angry and upset I was when I learned my apartment building was on fire. I poured those emotions into my cry to Thea and Delia, but I could feel my focus slipping and, before I knew it, my entire family was in the kitchen, looking frantically for what was burning. What's happening? Grandma asked. Eunice laughed. Isabella lost her focus, and I think she told the entire neighborhood that your kitchen was on fire. The entire neighborhood? I didn't think I was strong enough to reach that many people all at once. Aren't you exaggerating a little bit? I asked. There was a knock at the front door. That's for you, Isabella. One of your neighbors checking to make sure everything's okay, Eunice said. I opened the door and, sure enough, Mrs. Smith, the lady who lived next door to us, was on the stoop. Hi, Mrs. Smith, how can I help you? I asked. Mrs. Smith was a very religious woman, so her answer did not surprise me. I hope you're all right, dear. I just had the strongest calling from the Lord to come and check on you and your family. Is everything all right? Is anyone having problems in the kitchen? Mrs. Smith looked genuinely worried, and I felt sorry for her. We're all set here. Aunt Nadia was cooking, and she did have a tiny kitchen accident. But everything is fine. Thank you so much for checking up on us. It's good to know that we're all looking out for each other in the neighborhood. She looked a little confused, but there was no smoke coming from any window in the house. All right, then, dear. But if you need anything, I'm just a few steps away. I smiled and closed the door as she walked down the stairs. This was an awesome and scary power. I walked into the kitchen, worried about the kind of effect I could have on other people if I wasn't careful. She was always a busybody anyway, Grandma said. You should have seen her. She was very concerned for us and said that God had given her a message to come check on us. Thea and Delia started laughing. I tried to shush them, but they wouldn't stop. That's hilarious. Isabella is the voice of God. Thea cackled. That sent the rest of the family laughing too. Once the laughter died down, Eunice shooed everyone out of the kitchen. I trust you see how powerful this can be. You need to be careful what you think and how you use it. You must not try to force people to do things they don't want to do. Not unless you are actively keeping them from harm. I knew that. The ideals and morals my family had instilled in me from a young age kept me from using any of my magical powers to harm or manipulate others. The next thing you're going to try is freezing your opponent. I had no idea where to even begin with freezing an opponent. So I waited for her to explain more. This is the beginning of offensive magic. You won't use it that way, but it will give you a taste for what you'll be learning in the years to come. To freeze your opponent, you need to remove their will to do whatever they were doing. I didn't like the sound of that at all. Forever? Completely? I don't understand. For just a little bit of time? For the shortest possible amount of time. Just enough for you to get away or cast a cloaking spell. If you're not careful, you will, when you are much stronger, be able to permanently remove someone's will. Like for the rest of their lives? I asked. Eunice nodded. I don't want to do this. I don't like this idea, it sounds way too dangerous. I don't want to be responsible for harming someone like that. Even if they're coming after you? Or Palmer. Or how about that young policewoman, Kate? What would you do to defend her? I didn't want to live in a world like this. I liked it much better when I didn't have to make these kinds of decisions. I shook my head. I don't want to, but I can't let other people pay the price for just being close to me. Palmer and Kate need to be protected. Eunice patted my hand. It's a tough decision, and most witches don't need to make it until they're closer to twice your age. I practiced freezing Eunice's motions, with little result. She assured me that I would not be able to harm her. I didn't believe her, and it took over an hour for me to stop holding back when I tried to cast the spell. I wasn't able to stop her, but I did slow her down, and I thought once or twice I saw a look of confusion on her face. By the time she called a halt to freezing practice, I was exhausted. We'd been working for 2 hours, and I really needed a break. You need rest. We'll pick this up again in the morning, she told me. I scowled at her. You're going to stay here for the night, right? Don't you worry about me. I'll have a drink with Esther and I'll have someone drive me home. I didn't like that plan. As much as Eunice was abrasive and difficult to get along with, I didn't want her to become another victim. Please be careful. Chapter 13. I woke up the next morning and felt drawn to the garden in the backyard. I put on slippers and a bathrobe and looked outside. Everything seemed normal, but I still felt the urge to go outside. I opened the door and started to walk the perimeter of the yard. I saw something flickering out of the corner of my eye and turned to see Eunice propped up against an oak tree. Her invisibility spell was flickering on and off. I ran to her, and when I touched her hand, the last remnants of her spell crumpled. She didn't open her eyes, but I could see she was still breathing. I sent an emergency call to my family, hoping I didn't attract the attention of the neighbors again. Within moments, everyone had left the house and they were running toward me. Grandma raised an obfuscation spell across the whole backyard. "Michelle, levitate her and bring her to my room." I looked at my mother and saw her lips were pressed together and white. Eunice began to float as though she were being carried on a stretcher. Delia ran forward and opened the back door. We moved quickly into the house, and my mother gently set Eunice on Grandma's bed. "Eunice, you're in the house now and you're safe." Eunice opened her eyes and closed them again. "Let me have a look at her," I said. I put my hand on her shoulder and closed my eyes. She had taken a lot of damage to her magical shields. She needed a tincture of fennel, rose hips, and white oak, and a lot of rest to strengthen her power from the attack. I have the potion she needs at the apothecary. She needs someone to share their mental shield until she can do it for herself again. "I'll sit with her," Thea said. "You and Delia get the potion. Be careful and come right back. There's no telling what might happen once you leave the house." Delia and I rushed out of the house and looked at the car. "Car or cloaking?" Delia asked. "Car, but let me try to cast a glamour over it." I closed my eyes and thought about Mrs. Smith's car. It wouldn't look suspicious driving around our neighborhood. For good measure, I made Delia look like Mrs. Smith, and, once I got into the car, I made myself look like her dog. "Good," Delia said. "We need to be fast. It's not easy holding these 3 images at the same time." Delia drove straight to the back courtyard of the apothecary. She unlocked the door and we went in. I briefly dropped our glamour to give my mind a break. "Go get a bag of white oak from the prep room. I'll get the rose hips and fennel from the jars out front. If we need more healing potion than I have in stock, I'll need to make more." Once we had everything we needed, I recast our glamour, happy to find it a little easier the second time around. As we drove home, I kept my eye out for anyone following us, but I couldn't find, or feel, anyone. Once we were safely back inside the house, I dropped our glamour completely. I took the healing potion into Grandma's room. "How's she doing?" I asked Thea. Thea shook her head. "No change, but she relaxes when I hold her hand." I unscrewed the eyedropper cap and gently pressed the tip between her lips. 1 dropperful every hour until she can keep her eyes open. After that, we'll see what she needs. Thea looked at her watch. "Leave it with me, I'll take care of her." I went into the kitchen for some coffee. Aunt Nadia was making breakfast, and Delia was pouring everyone large mugs of coffee. "We need to let Palmer know what happened," I said, bracing for the inevitable kickback over bringing non-magical people into the dangers of our world. "I agree," Grandma said. "You do?" I took the mug Delia offered me and sat down. I pulled out my phone and dialed. "I'm sorry to call so early, but we need you at Proctor House, in a professional capacity." "What happened?" he asked. "Grandma's friend, Eunice. I found her in the backyard this morning. It looks like she had been beaten up last night. I heard his car door close and his engine start. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Lock all your doors and windows." "We will. And thanks." I hung up my phone and turned to my aunts. He told me to lock all the doors and windows. Aunt Lily rolled her eyes. The wards protecting our home were stronger than any door or window locks, but it would look weird if we didn't have them locked as well. Aunt Lily snapped her fingers and I heard the kitchen windows and door lock. Done. The less we have to explain to him the better, she said. Palmer brought Santos with him to the house. Where did you find her? Santos asked me. I brought them to the tree she had propped herself up against. Right here. Santos walked around for several minutes before returning to Palmer and me. No signs of a struggle here. Maybe they attacked her in the house. You think we did this? I asked. You, someone in your family, or someone trying to send you a message. It certainly wasn't one of us, I said indignantly. Then what do you have to join or die, Miss Proctor? It's time you explain what that means. I don't know, I whispered. What was that? I didn't hear you, Santos said. I said I don't know. If I knew, I'd have already told Detective Palmer. Family friends are being hurt or killed. Do you think I'd keep the threat a secret? Do you think I'd risk the lives of anyone else? I turned away from the men, not wanting them to see me cry. Listen, Santos, I know things are different in the FBI, but here in Portsmouth we don't interrogate the victims. She's not a victim, he said through clenched teeth. What have I got to do to prove to you she's wrapped up in all this? I turned back to look at them. I'd never seen Palmer so angry. She's not. They're not. Santos tried a different approach. Look, I get it. She's hot, and it's clear you've got a thing for her. But she's manipulating you, man. She's using your feelings for her to literally get away with murder. It looked like Santos had much more to say, but he didn't, because Palmer punched him in the jaw. Santos went down and didn't get up for a solid 30 seconds. When he stood up, all he said before he left was, "I'll have your badge for this." Chapter 14. After apologizing for disturbing the peace of our gardens, Palmer left for the station. He said he needed to talk to the chief and get his side of the story told before Santos got him fired. I decided I needed some time to relax before my day started. It wasn't a good sign if you needed to relax before 7 in the morning. We found her, Delia said as she walked into my bedroom. I looked up from the book I was trying to read. Who? Delia sat on the edge of my bed. Glinda. The witch Hester cursed to have monkeys flock to her. Oh, right. That poor woman. What island is she on? I asked. No island. She moved above the Arctic Circle. Utqiagvik, Alaska. I closed my book. I hadn't read more than a few sentences over and over again anyway. Makes sense, probably no monkeys there. Delia shook her head. Not in the wild and not even at the zoo in Anchorage. I checked. We've got her number, so we can call her. I shook my head. I'd rather be able to see her. How about a video call? 15 minutes later, Delia came back to my room with Thea and a laptop. She set the computer on my desk and introduced me to Glinda. Glinda Schreier, this is the cousin I was telling you about, Isabella. Glinda was nothing like I expected. It was my own fault for assuming she'd take after her namesake. Instead, she had bags under her eyes and wore scrubs with a thermal shirt underneath. Her dark hair was straight and needed a good 2 inches trimmed off too. Hi, Isabella. Nice to meet you. Delia said you wanted to talk about Hester Johnson. Hi. Thanks for talking to us. Did Delia tell you Hester passed away earlier this week? At this information, Glinda sat up straight and her eyes began to shine. Someone finally got to her? Thank the goddess. Can you tell me more about the curse she put you under? I asked. Glinda frowned at the memory. Monkeys. Any monkey in a 500-mile radius will do whatever it can to get to me. Break out of a zoo, a medical facility, or walk from its natural habitat to me. That's why I live here. It's the only place I've found that I'm safe. Safe? Thea asked. She nodded. They won't leave me alone. When this first happened, monkeys from zoos from parts of Canada and the entire Northeast came to Sewell. How they managed to get into the town, I don't know. They formed a circle around me and would fight for who could get closest. It was terrifying. I was afraid I'd be killed. It took a long time to find a town I was safe in, and I don't dare leave Aquiagvik, just in case. That sounds horrible, Delia said. Glinda brushed a tear from her eye. It is. But I'm trying to make the best of it. When I first got here and realized I'd gone far enough north, I was relieved. I could live my life in peace. But there were no witches here. No one to celebrate holidays with, no one to train me, or for me to train. It's like I'm stuck in witch limbo. I got so depressed one winter, I tried to walk out into the snow and die. Delia gasped and grabbed my hand. I'm so sorry. But you didn't die. Dr. Alasuk found me and brought me to the hospital. He sent me to school and gave me a job when I got out. I'm a nurse's aide in the hospital. That must be rewarding, Thea said. I've been trying to learn more healing magic on my own, but it's slow going. Sometimes I can heal a small infection or bring down the swelling of a sprain, but that's all. Her eyes widened. Now that Hester is dead, I can send for books to help me learn. I was afraid she'd find me and curse me again somehow. I'll be able to learn more and really start helping the town. I can send you some things from my apothecary, if you'd like. She shook her head. I can't use anything like that. If I got caught giving anything to a patient, I'd be fired and probably arrested. Any magic I work must be strictly by touch. But if you had books you could send, I'd appreciate that. I'll find everything I can and send it to you, Delia promised. How long does it take for the monkeys to find you? Thea asked. It depends on how close they are, but usually no more than a day. I saw where Thea was going. It would be possible for Glinda to fly to New Hampshire, kill Hester, and leave before her curse became a problem. Where were you 4 days ago? I asked. I wasn't kidding when I said I never leave town. I worked the night shift, so I spent the first part of the day sleeping and the rest of it doing chores and errands before I had to go to work. But you could have flown to New Hampshire, killed Hester and gone straight home again, Thea said. Glinda shuddered. Have you ever woken up to a monkey staring you in the face? It's terrifying, and even if the curse is broken with her death, I don't think I'll ever go back to the lower 48. I know I'm safe here, and I don't want to give that up. Besides, I've built a life here. I have friends, a fiancé, and a career. I would have Palmer check flights out of Alaska, but I was pretty sure Glinda wasn't our killer. Chapter 15. I got to work just before 10. I was glad I'd spent time yesterday thinking about how to train Mackenzie. My accountant had set me up with the paperwork I needed to make sure she was legally employed, but I was more worried about making her feel welcome and not forgetting to tell her important things. I worked through my opening routine. Today's tea was jasmine white. I took a mug with me as I surveyed the shop, enjoying the delicate floral scent and taste of the tea, allowing it to relax me from my already stressful day. I lit Trina's candle and told her about Mackenzie. You'd be proud of me. I've hired an employee because I can't keep up with the work on my own. Technically, I supposed I could keep up with the work on my own, but I didn't want to be one of those people who dedicated their entire life to work and regretted it on their deathbed. I'd never had an employee before, and I was pretty sure I was as nervous as she was when she arrived at 10. "Good morning," she said as she walked through the door. I looked up from the formulary I was reading through. "Good morning, Mackenzie. I'm glad you're here." She smiled at me and a little of the tension went out of her shoulders. I hadn't mentioned a dress code for work, possibly a mistake, but she was dressed appropriately in a pair of dark jeans and a long-sleeved white t-shirt. "Let me give you a tour of the shop," I said. "Right now we're in the main area of the shop, the sales floor. You'll spend most of your time here, helping customers." "I won't be making tinctures or anything like that?" she asked. "Probably not, at least not for a while." Before I could continue, she interrupted me. "Good, because I didn't know how to tell you I was terrible at chemistry in school." "That's fine. Being an herbalist is more of an art than science anyway. You'll package up orders from the wall of herb jars or assist customers with choosing from the other products we sell." I explained the different products we had for sale, most of which she was familiar with. "We also offer customers a complimentary mug of the daily tea. Today's is jasmine white. Would you like some?" She shook her head. "I don't think I like tea." "Is that okay?" I smiled. "Of course it is. If you smell any that you think you'd like to try, you should. If you don't like it, you can toss it out. No big deal." We walked back to the counter. "This is the cash register. I think it will be easier for me to show you how to use it once we have a customer." Mackenzie ran her hand down the engraved side. "It's beautiful. This one is from about 1900, and I absolutely love it. I think it fits with the shop and the neighborhood." We walked into the prep room. "This room is where I make many of the items we sell. You won't need to spend too much time here unless you're refilling jars from the stock on the shelves. It's so dark in here. Do we need more light bulbs?" "No. I've got some photosensitive ingredients and, even though they're packed away, it's best to keep the lights lower in here. I can always help you find anything you need until you learn your way around." We both turned our heads at the scratching on the back doorway. "What's that?" Mackenzie asked. "Probably my cat, Jameson. He likes to visit the shop once in a while." I opened the back door and Jameson walked in. He sniffed Mackenzie and was about to walk past her when she squealed, "He's so cute," and picked him up. She rubbed her nose on his and I knew I was going to hear about this later tonight. "Who's a cutie pie?" she cooed. I was surprised he put up with being treated like a cat. "And this is my office. You're welcome to leave your bag in here, because I keep it locked when I'm not in it." I unlocked the door and let her look inside. The last part of the shop is the greenhouse. I led her outside, where Jameson jumped from her arms and sprinted inside. In here, we grow most of the plants we use in the apothecary. She stepped in and looked around, amazed. "So many plants, and it smells so good in here. It's one of my favorite places to be, especially in winter, because it smells like spring no matter how cold it is outside." We walked back into the shop. "Your tasks are to help the customers, ring up purchases, sign for deliveries if I'm not here, and help keep the shop tidy and organized. The one thing you can't do is suggest remedies to customers. There's a lot more to it than it seems from the outside, and you need to be a trained herbalist before you can do that." She nodded gravely. "Okay. Also, it's always okay to ask me questions. Even if you have to ask more than once, that's fine." I don't imagine you have much experience in a shop like this, so it's understandable that you may need to hear something more than once. She smiled at me. That's a relief. I don't know anything about what you do or sell. Yet. But I will. Great. You can start by making a list of herbs that need to be refilled. I'll be in the prep room when you're done. Or, I would have been in the prep room, but Palmer walked in, looking worried. Good morning, Detective Palmer, I said. I'd like you to meet my new employee, Mackenzie Malloy. Palmer raised an eyebrow. Business must be good. Not bad, and having Mackenzie here will help me do all the things I need to do to make it even better. Mackenzie held her hand out to Palmer. It's nice to meet you, Detective. Can I help you with anything? Palmer smiled and shook her hand. Not today, thanks. He turned to me and said, Can we talk in your office? After you. I followed him to my office and, after he shut the door, he looked even more serious. Have you ever heard of the Cook brothers? I shook my head. No, should I have? Santos thinks they're the ones we're looking for. They're twins from some weird mystical family. Never fit in wherever they went. The FBI has tried to pin several murders on them, but they haven't been successful yet. Wait a minute, Santos is still talking to you? Palmer grimaced. I apologized for letting my temper get the better of me. He apologized for provoking me. Neither of us meant it, but we still need to work together. What are the first names of your suspects? I asked. Dean and Wayne Cook. Still doesn't ring a bell. Maybe ask Grandma? I'd love to. I left her a voicemail, and she hasn't called me back yet. She's probably out with the aunts. I'll ask her tonight if she doesn't get back to you. Chapter 16. After work I resumed reading my book, still trying to relax. Having an employee that you were responsible for was surprisingly stressful. I closed my book, distracted by the smell of cookies from the kitchen. At some point soon, I'd be moving back into my own apartment and wouldn't have access to Aunt Nadia's cooking as often. I wanted to take advantage of the time I had left here to eat well. I was surprised to see Eunice at the kitchen table with Thea and Delia. What are you doing here? I asked. It's a pleasure to see you too, Isabella, Eunice said. I blushed. I didn't mean you weren't welcome, just that I was surprised to see you here. I thought you'd still be at home, recuperating. I grabbed a cookie, molasses ginger, and took a bite. Better the cookie in my mouth than my foot. Eunice glared at my cousins. Take a cookie and get out. Your cousin and I need to talk privately. Thea looked like she was about to argue, but I put my hand on her arm. It'll be okay. Once Eunice and I were alone, she stood up. I've been thinking about you and the sorority. My heart sank. Was she going to take my amulet from me? Had the sorority found a better witch to carry it? And would that mean Jameson wouldn't be mine anymore either? I realized I'd only seen him for a few minutes this morning and hardly at all for several days before that. Before we get into that, I just realized I haven't seen Jameson for a while. Do you know where he is? Eunice shook her head. Not my job to watch your familiar. I wouldn't be able to locate him unless he wanted me to. I sat down across the table from her. I'm worried. What if something happened to him? If there's anyone who can take care of himself, it's your cat. We need to worry about you and your future. What about my future? I asked. You need to meet with the other 5 New Hampshire sorority members. Ordinarily, I'd wait another few years for you to make more progress in your training, but we don't have the luxury of time right now. More progress in my training? I felt like I'd already become so much better than I ever thought possible. Because of the dead women in Sewell, right? And Hester, and the attack on me. We need a coordinated strategy to protect the town, and only 6 witches won't be enough. I nodded. What are they like? The other members of the sorority? Are they all going to test me by sticking me to the ceiling? Eunice chuckled. Probably not. I've already told them that story. But they will tease you about having your guard down. Now that I think about it, though, I wouldn't put it past Claire to try and find a way past your defenses. Nothing as dramatic as the ceiling, but maybe she'd change her hair color just to let you know she could have done much worse. I closed my eyes and pulled my personal wards and defenses tight around me. Test me. Is this good enough? Eunice flicked a finger at me. Not even close. Take a look in the mirror. I stood up and walked into the bathroom. Hey! I yelled. Eunice had turned my black hair to a bright teal. She'd even gotten my eyebrows. Once she stopped cackling, my hair returned to its normal shade of black. Relieved, I went back to the kitchen and sat down. I didn't even feel your magic. I'm not ready for this meeting, am I? Claire is going to do horrible things to me. I'll tell her not to. The hard truth is you're not ready for this meeting. You'll have a long way to go to earn their respect. But they also know there's a lot we cannot do without all 7 of us working together. In the end, they'll have to accept you where you are. The amulets saw something in you, and there's no way they can dispute that. Great. They had to take me whether they wanted to or not. Is there anything I can do to impress them? Not a thing. Don't forget, you'll be meeting with women who are much older and more experienced than you. Trying to impress them will backfire. When are we meeting? I asked. Noon tomorrow at Prescott Park. I just show up and they'll find me? Your amulets will find each other. Of course they would. I'd gotten so used to feeling Eunice's amulet near me that I hardly ever paid attention to it anymore. Will they all feel the same as yours does, or does each amulet have a different feel? They're all subtly different. For now, they may feel the same to you though. With 5 of them looking for you, you'll absolutely feel them. Okay, so I just show up at the park and we'll find each other. I'll be there with you. With the recent killings, they're not going anywhere near a witch they don't know. I'll be there to vouch for you. I let out a big sigh. Eunice might not be my biggest fan, but I knew I could trust her to at least keep me safe. She stood up. I'll be here at 11:30. Be ready to go. I will. You're not going home now, are you? It was late and not safe for witches to be out alone. I just turned your hair blue. What help do you think you'll be escorting me home? She asked. She had a point, but my conscience didn't want to let her leave on her own. Just wait a minute and we'll all go. 8 of us going to your home and then 7 of us returning. We ought to be safe. Fine. You go round everyone up. I'll wait here. I shouldn't have trusted her. I should have called the family telepathically. I should have made her come with me to get everyone else, because by the time we were all back in the kitchen, Eunice was long gone. I woke to my phone blaring out Palmer's ringtone, the theme from the show True Detective. You're up early, I said. Bad news. I need you to come do a preliminary identification for me. Are you in your apartment? My heart sank. Eunice? I asked. Unofficially, Yes. She doesn't have family in the area, so you're the next best person for the ID. Where are you? I'm at Proctor House. I'll be ready in 10 minutes. I hung up and looked at the clock. 6:15. Too early to identify people. Too early to be out of bed. Too early to have to explain to my family that another woman we knew was dead. The floor was cool to my feet, so I quickly threw on my clothes for the day, including the enchanted pants Delia had given me. Never dirty, never wrinkled, they were perfect for a morning like this. I brushed my hair and teeth in the bathroom and snuck downstairs, shoes in my hand so I didn't wake anyone. The kitchen was dark and empty, but I knew Aunt Nadia would be up soon. I left a note telling my family I was out early with Palmer and would be home later this morning. I didn't want to leave any details, because there was a small chance Palmer was wrong and the woman they found wasn't Eunice. I held on to that hope, even though I knew it would be dashed soon. I sat in the dark kitchen, waiting for Palmer. I didn't dare wait outside, or even turn the lights on, for fear of someone outside waiting to harm another witch. Only when I heard his car door close did I go to the door. He opened it and I was shocked by how upset he looked. Is your grandmother home? Was she? I wasn't sure. She was when I went to bed last night. Do you need me to check? He nodded. For my own peace of mind. I crept quietly to Grandma's bedroom door and opened it a crack. She was in her bed, and I waited a moment to make sure she was breathing. Once I saw her chest rise, I closed her door and returned to Palmer. Sound asleep in her bed, I said. He let out a sigh of relief. Hester, Eunice, several women further north. I was afraid she'd be next. I'm still afraid for her. We're well into serial killer territory now. My knees went weak. Serial killer? Who only targeted witches? Keeping our identity secret from Palmer wasn't going to help his investigation. Palmer hugged me. I'm going to do everything I can to keep her safe, starting with posting Papa Tony's on night duty out front. It was a lovely gesture, but I doubted the Cook brothers would be intimidated by one officer, particularly one with no powers of his own. Thank you. He kept an arm around me as we walked to his car. How was she killed? I asked. I wasn't sure I was ready to see anything horrific. She looks a lot like Hester did, but laid to rest in the park. How do you know it was murder, then? Palmer frowned as he pushed the ignition button. Can't tell you until Santos gives me the all-clear. I sat back and thought. Were the murderers leaving a calling card, or did they have a distinctive method for killing witches? Either way, I'd find out soon. Do you have a time of death for her? I asked. The coroner estimates between midnight and 2 this morning. When was the last time you saw her? I sighed. Eunice was at my house last night. I tried to get her to wait for us to bring her home, but she wouldn't. She slipped out when I was getting the rest of the family together to bring her home. This was at about 11. Did she seem worried to you? Talk about anyone she thought might want to do her harm? No one in particular. I was worried about the murders, but she didn't seem to take them very seriously. It seemed like she thought she could take care of herself, even after the previous night. Palmer pulled up to the curb in front of the entrance to Prescott Park. How was I going to meet the other members of the sorority here if I didn't have Eunice with me? Are you ready? He asked. I nodded and opened my door. We walked to the crime scene, made obvious by yellow and black crime scene tape and the dozen or so uniformed police standing around. At the center of the activity lay a sheet with a body underneath it. I wanted to reach out and grab Palmer's hand for support, but that wasn't professional enough for either of us. Kate turned from the body and stood next to me. I'm sorry you have to go through this again. Are you ready? She put her hand on my arm and gave it a gentle squeeze. I'm ready. The coroner lifted the sheet from the victim's face. I took a step back and turned away. Is this Eunice? Kate asked gently. Yes, I whispered. Can I go sit down somewhere? Kate looked to Palmer, then brought me to a bench facing away from the crime scene. We sat and she held my hand. My condolences. Tears welled in my eyes. I didn't even like her all that much, but to see her there, dead, it's more than I can deal with right now. Of course it is, Kate said. 2 of your grandmother's friends in the past week. That's not easy for anyone. Out of habit, I grabbed my amulet. It was warm, telling me another witch was nearby. I sat up, looking around. Is something wrong? Kate asked. No. Just looking around to see if I recognized anyone here. Maybe someone she knew too. And? I don't see anyone. But my amulet recognized someone. I'd like to just go for a walk alone. Kate frowned. I can't let you do that. I'm under strict orders to stay with you. The detective is working on a theory that someone is trying to hurt your grandmother by killing her friends, and it won't be long until they escalate to her family. My stomach dropped. Was this possible? If the cooks could get to Eunice, they'd have no problem getting to me. Or Thea and Delia. Now that there weren't 7 New Hampshire witches in the sorority of Bridget, my cousins might be vulnerable too. Eunice didn't have a lot, but she had a family heirloom. A necklace that looked a lot like mine. Has that been taken into evidence? I asked. I don't think so. I didn't see jewelry in the evidence bags, but I'll ask around. I stood up slowly, because I was feeling a little woozy. I'd like to get home, if you don't need me anymore. I think it would be best to tell Grandma myself. Let's go check with Detective Palmer. If he doesn't need you for anything else, I'll bring you home. Chapter 17. Kate walked me to the door of my house. I'll be fine from here. It's probably better if I tell the family while we're alone. That's fine. If you need anything, call me. She grabbed me in a big hug. Police or personal, okay? I will. I promise, I said. My family was waiting for me in the kitchen. It's not good news, is it? Grandma asked. Eunice? Aunt Lily asked. I nodded and sank into the nearest chair. If only she'd listened to me. I'm sure the 7 of us could have kept her safe. But at what cost? These Cook brothers are taking out the most powerful and experienced witches. You girls would be nothing but a quick distraction for them. Eunice knew that, and there was no way she wanted to put you in danger, Grandma said. We could have talked her into staying here, couldn't we? Delia asked. Grandma shook her head. Not Eunice. She was as stubborn as they come. Now she's finally paid the price for it. Grandma stood up and rubbed her hand on the table. I'll take care of the arrangements. We'll have her ceremony out back. Out back. Just like we had for Trina and Mrs. Thompson. And soon, Hester and Eunice. The list of murdered witches in our backyard was growing longer by the year. Everyone but my mother left the room, saying they needed to get ready for work. When it was just the 2 of us, I started to cry. She put her arm around me, but didn't say anything until I finished. Feel better? I stood up and blew my nose in a paper towel. Not really. I don't have any idea what to do next. I haven't seen Jameson for more than a few minutes this week, so I can't ask him anything. I can't ask anyone in the sorority, because Eunice said they'd only agreed to meet me if she were there to vouch for me. Even Grandma is busy, and I bet she's a lot more upset than she's letting on. My mother stood up and started making tea. Have you eaten anything yet today? No, but I don't think. Tea and toast will be fine for you. You're going to need your wits about you today, and you don't think well if you're hungry. That was true. I'd failed a math test my freshman year of high school because I was on a diet that didn't let me eat until noon. I never thought well if I was hungry. You're missing one other person who can advise you, she said. I sat and blew my nose again. Who? She turned from the toaster and looked at me, not saying anything. Oops. I hadn't considered going to her for advice. Usually I had Grandma to go to, or other older witches. What do you think I ought to do? Eat breakfast. Go to work. Try to mentally connect with Jameson. Go to the noon meeting. Go back to work. I blinked. You've got it all figured out, don't you? There's not much else you can do, honestly. Going to work will keep you from obsessing over the meeting. Nothing may happen at the meeting, but you won't know until you get there. You'll at least be able to see who has the other amulets. Maybe you know another member. That was something to consider. I might recognize someone there today. And if I do? You can talk to her, one-on-one, later on today. I can tell you what to do for today, but there's no way I can guide you through what you need for your sorority work. You need to find another mentor who has an amulet. I took the mug of tea she handed me. That's good advice, Mom, thank you. The toast popped out of the toaster. She buttered it and set it in front of me. I'll admit to being worried about Jameson. He's hardly left your side since you got him. And if he wasn't with you, he was most likely here trying to get Nadia to cook for him. I'll call for him once I get to my office. Mackenzie is working today, and I won't have to worry about customers. Good. Take the toast upstairs and get ready for work. My mother was right. Breakfast helped me relax and feel more in control of my day. I made sure to kiss her before I left. I don't know what I'd do without you. She smiled. You'd be just fine. I've never met a more naturally capable person than you. By the time 11:30 rolled around, I was a ball of nerves. There wasn't enough to keep my mind busy in the shop. I'd already prepared every potion I could in advance, Mackenzie had taken care of our customers, and the shop was tidier than it had ever been before. I gave up and decided to head to the meeting early. I've got a lunch meeting. I'll be back sometime this afternoon, I told her. No problem, boss. Have fun. Ha. If only this were the kind of meeting you could have fun at. Still, she didn't deserve to bear the brunt of my bad mood. Thanks, I will. I grabbed my bag and headed out the door. The sun was shining, and the crisp fall air helped lighten my mood. Isabella! I turned to see Kate rushing to catch up with me. I froze in my steps, afraid she had bad news. Something wrong? She caught her breath. No, nothing wrong. I'm keeping an eye on you for the day. Where are we going? How ridiculous was this? A proctor was following Kate, who was, apparently, following me. I wasn't sure who was following Kate at the moment, but I hoped they were laughing under their cloaking spell at the situation. There was absolutely no way I could go to this meeting with Kate tagging along though. I'm going for a walk. I'm so frustrated in the shop. There's nothing I can do for Eunice, or for Hester. I need to be alone for a while. Great. I'll come with you, she said, totally missing the point. No. I need to be alone. I just want to think about things for a while. She smiled at me. No problem. You'll never know I'm there. I rolled my eyes. This was not going to work. I needed to give her the slip. I reached into my bag and pretended my phone was gone. Oh, shoot! I left my phone in my office. Let's go back and get it. We turned around and walked back to the apothecary. Wait here, I'll be right back, I said. I walked into the building and to my office, where I cast a quick invisibility spell. As I suspected, Kate didn't trust me. I couldn't see her through the front window anymore. I peeked out the back window, and there she was, waiting for me. I hurried, still invisible, through the shop, and when Mackenzie had her head turned, I rushed out the door. Hopefully she'd think the wind blew it open. I sprinted to Prescott Park, not because I was going to be late, but because I didn't want Kate to see me for as long as possible. Once in the park, I sat on an out-of-the-way bench and dropped my invisibility spell. I held on to my amulet, concentrating, trying to find any other witches from the sorority of Bridget. I looked at my watch. I was 10 minutes early. Since I'd caught my breath, I decided to walk through the park, amulet out and visible for all to see. I walked slowly, giving everyone there a good chance to see me. I was looking for a group of older women, but realized they could have used a glamour to look like anyone. I gave up looking and concentrated on feeling my way through the park, allowing my amulet to guide me. I got to the end of the park and turned around. I hadn't found anyone walking through the center of the grass, so I decided to walk the perimeter of the park next. With any luck, we'd find each other before Kate found me. Toward the fountain Brent Thompson forced me to leave my amulet on the spring. I felt a tug from my amulet, leading me toward the benches by the river. I followed its lead, looking wildly around me for anyone that seemed interested in what I was doing. I sat on a bench next to a woman with a stroller. She seemed far too young to be a member of the sorority, but a good glamour could do wonders for a woman. "Hello," I said. She looked at me but said nothing. I checked to see my amulet was out and visible. It was, but she didn't seem to care. "I'm sorry Eunice can't be with me today. The police promised they'd do their best to find whoever is killing us off." She looked startled. "I don't know what you're talking about. You aren't here to meet me?" I asked. She stood up and unlocked the brakes on the stroller. "Look, lady. I just wanted to get some fresh air with my son. I don't want any trouble with the police, so I'm leaving. Don't try to follow me either." She rushed off before I could apologize for the miscommunication. The amulet was still telling me to stay where I was. I looked around, but didn't see anyone paying much attention to me. A squirrel hopped up on the bench and peered at me. I was sure they'd lost their fear of humans a long time ago and now mostly relied on tourists to feed them. "Sorry, little guy, I don't have any food for you." "I wouldn't eat anything you offered me," the squirrel said. I stared more intently at the animal and noticed it had a white pattern on its gray fur in the shape of a triangular amulet. "Did you know Eunice?" I asked. "She was one of my best friends." "I'm sorry for your loss," I said, feeling like I'd fallen down the rabbit hole in Alice in Wonderland. "The sorority can't meet with you today, possibly never. The others don't know I'm here. I felt bad letting you wait around for us without any information." "But why not? I need your help." I can't do this alone. You were the last person to see her, and the last person to see Hester. We can't trust that you didn't kill them both. At least not yet. I was desperate for their help. Don't you have someone who can tell if I'm lying? How am I going to protect my grandmother, who seems like she'll be the next victim? I'm sorry, there's nothing more I can do for you. She turned her head and jumped off the bench. You're being watched. I'll come to you if we decide to trust you. As she scampered off, I realized I never even got her name. There you are, Kate said behind me. Here I am? Where did you go? I grabbed my phone and went back outside, but you disappeared. Kate frowned. I thought I heard a noise in the alley. You must have just missed me. Liar. She had been waiting for me to sneak out. Her instincts were good, but she was no match for an invisibility spell. What was up with that squirrel? She asked. One lie deserved another. I don't know. It hopped up here and started chittering at me. I talked back to it for a while and then it ran off. Probably because I didn't have any food. Kate sat next to me. Listen, you can't go running off without me. I'm worried your family is a target and I can't protect you if I'm not with you. She looked truly worried for me. I sighed. She was a good friend, even though sometimes she had to tell me what her job required rather than the actual truth. I'll be more careful. But I really didn't think there'd be a problem. The other women were killed late at night, and it's the middle of the day. You never know. Can we get out of here and back to the relative safety of your shop? Chapter 18. We walked back to the apothecary in silence. When we turned the corner, Kate blew out a breath. We're both in trouble now. Palmer's car was parked in front of the apothecary, behind it was Cruiser with its lights on. Yup. We sure are. When I couldn't find you, I might have panicked a little and called him, she said. I picked up my pace. He's probably inside interrogating my new employee. The poor girl doesn't deserve that. We need to rescue her. Kate kept up with me, but didn't have anything else to say. I opened the door and smiled at Mackenzie. You okay? I asked. She nodded. Absolutely. Detective Palmer and I were just chatting about where I thought you might have gone. Palmer glared at me. You disappeared and we were all worried. I snorted. Disappeared? Not quite. Kate heard a noise in the alley and I thought she'd left for a more important case. All I did was walk down to the park and sit on a bench for a while. That's where I found her, boss. Chatting with a squirrel, Kate said. You can wait outside. I'll have plenty to say to you later, he said to her. Poor Kate. She was going to get in trouble for having lost me. I felt bad for evading her, but there was no way that squirrel would have talked to me if she was there with me. As soon as she left, I smiled at Palmer. I hope she's not in too much trouble. You told her to keep me safe, and a noise in the alley could have been anything. I think she was right to check it out. Your office, now, was all he said. Should I bring you tea? Mackenzie called after our retreating backs, but we didn't answer her. Palmer closed the door behind him and ran his fingers through his hair. Oh yeah, he was definitely frustrated with me. I'm really sorry, I started, but I couldn't continue, because he was kissing me. He pulled me close to him, holding me as though he never wanted to let go. My knees went weak and my pulse began to race. He broke the kiss far too soon for my liking though. What was that for? I asked. Because you are the most frustrating, wonderful, impulsive, amazing woman I know, and you're not going to like what I have to say next." I leaned against the desk. "After that kiss, you never know." He drew himself up to his full height and stared at me. "You need to start doing what I tell you." Oh boy, was he right. I did not like what he had to say. Before I could say anything else, he continued. "I don't ask you to do things on a whim. It's my job to keep you safe. My job professionally and personally. I can't if you won't take my warnings seriously. I do take your warnings to heart, but there are things I have to do where I can't have you or Kate following me around. Like this meeting in the park. Mackenzie said you had a meeting. Who was it with?" I couldn't tell him, and I couldn't think of a way out of the argument we were about to have. "You wouldn't believe me if I told you." His eyes went cold. "Try me." I shook my head and said nothing. "And that's the problem. You don't trust me. I've always thought you were keeping something from me, something that had to do with your family. Whatever it is, you can tell me. Believe me, if you knew the secrets people have told me, you'd have no worries telling me yours. I want to, but I can't. It's not just my secret, and I need to make sure it's okay with the rest of my family first. Trust goes both ways, and I don't think you've earned their trust yet." What?" he yelled. He'd never yelled at me before, and I didn't like the feeling it gave me. Any molecule of happiness from his kiss was gone, replaced with the urge to yell right back at him, only louder. "You heard me. You haven't fully earned their trust. What on earth else could I possibly do? I've kept you out of jail, kept you safe from people trying to harm you, didn't arrest you for that little pickpocketing stunt in Boston, and I've routinely told you way more than I ought to during any investigation you're interested in. I've been unfailingly polite to your family, even when your grandmother was determined to keep us from kissing. What more can I possibly do? I don't know if it's a case of what you can do. It's more a case of you sticking around for the long term. You've noticed there are no men at Proctor House? The aunts each had a man who left her after only a few years. Trusting men comes hard for my family." He closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. "What about you? Do you trust me?" And that, right there, was the real question. Did I? I trusted him enough to call when I needed him. And I trusted him enough to date him, but the answer was no. I didn't fully trust him. Never mind. I can see it in your eyes. I guess that's the end of us then. I reached out to take his hand, but he evaded me. I'll keep you up to date on the investigation through official channels. Good afternoon, Miss Proctor. He left my office and I sank into a chair. I'd ruined everything. How could we go from a kiss that made me weak in the knees to arguing about trust in just a few minutes? Relationships were hard. Maybe it was better there weren't any men in my family. But then I thought about Grandpa. If there was ever a woman difficult to get along with, it had to be Grandma, but they were together for decades. Grandpa knew he was marrying into a family of witches, and it didn't seem to bother him. He made Grandma happy when he was alive, and the thought of him made her happy now that he was gone. Why didn't the aunts have someone like Grandpa? Was this another thing that skipped generations? And if so, did that mean my cousins and I were fated to have happy romantic lives? Mackenzie knocked on the door. "Come in," I said. She set a mug of tea in front of me. "I've got ginger snaps, too, if you'd like some." I smiled up at her. "Thanks. I'll be okay." She sat in the chair next to me. "I didn't mean to listen, but you two were loud. You should trust your instincts. If they tell you not to tell him all your secrets, then don't. You can't take a secret back, but you can always wait and tell him later if you think you should. Thanks, Mackenzie. That's good advice. The door chimes rang and she jumped up. I've got this, you just stay in here for a while and collect yourself. I took her advice and stayed in my office all afternoon, trying to find a way to resolve my trust issues. At 5:30, the phone rang. Portsmouth Apothecary, how can I help you? I answered. Look. I know you probably don't want to talk to me right now, Palmer said, but this is important. Go on, I said. We caught the two guys we think are responsible for Eunice and Hester. Santos insisted on bringing them to his field office, and they escaped. He doesn't have a clue whether they're staying in town or are going to run. I didn't want to talk to him any more than I needed to. Thanks for letting me know, I said. Isabella, wait. Don't hang up yet. I know we're both frustrated with each other, but I still care for you, and your family has started to grow on me. I'm worried for you all, particularly your grandmother. Please take care to be safe until we recapture them. I could feel the sadness in his voice, tinged with a little regret. Thank you. I've been thinking about what we both said today, and maybe we can talk once this case is over. I'd like that, he said. We hung up and I drank my now cold tea. I wasn't going to lose Palmer to something as stupid as a secret that many people already knew. I picked up the phone and called my Aunt Lily. Hi. I need you to ask the chief how he thinks Palmer would react to learning we were witches. The secret is going to ruin our relationship, and I don't want that. Aunt Lily paused for a moment. You know how badly this can go for you, don't you? I do. It's a risk I have to take. I'll call Ray and ask his opinion. We can talk about it tonight. Thanks. Also, Palmer says they lost their suspects, and they're not sure whether they're going to stay and find more victims or leave town. He says we need to keep Grandma safe. As in not leaving the house at all. She's not going to like that, but 2 dead friends and 1 missing one has put fear into her. I can work with that. I'm sending Thea and Delia to pick you up too. I don't want any of us alone until this is resolved. I hung up the phone and went out to see what Mackenzie had been up to. The shop looked amazing. All the herb jars were filled to the same level, the floor had been washed, and every bit of merchandise was perfectly placed on the shelves and tables. Wow, Mackenzie. It's lovely in here. Thanks. I don't like to stand around and do nothing. You can go for the night. My ride will be here in a couple minutes. Mackenzie bit her lip. I hope I didn't get you in any trouble by saying you had gone to a meeting. I didn't know that you might not want to tell him everything. Of course not. We would have argued today no matter what you had said. Have a good night, and I'll see you the day after tomorrow. Thea and Delia parked in front of the shop and honked the horn. We both left and I locked the door. Before I turned around, I placed my hand on the glass and refreshed the protective wards on the building. They were strong, but it never hurt to check. I opened the back door and climbed into the car both Thea and Delia owned, but somehow only Thea drove. Home, James, I said. What did you say when you called my mother? Thea asked. The aunts were all in a tizzy. I need to tell Palmer our secret, or break up with him. He knows we're hiding something, and he's upset that we don't trust him. You're really going to tell him? That's a big risk, isn't it? Delia asked. Maybe men running out on Proctor women skips a generation, and we'll be fine, I said. Or maybe he'll freak out and never want to talk to you again, Thea said. Could be, but there's no way we can continue as we are. At home, Grandma and the aunts were waiting for us in the kitchen. "It's about time you decided to tell the boyfriend the truth," Grandma said. She was still calling him the boyfriend. "If he doesn't leave me, you need to start calling him by his name, you know." "I suppose I will. Ray is going to get back to me tomorrow with his opinion on Palmer, so don't say anything yet." One step closer to being able to tell the truth. I felt like I was floating as I walked upstairs to my room. Even if our relationship didn't go any further, at least he'd know I fully trusted him. Chapter 19. The next morning, I woke up in a foul mood. To say I woke up on the wrong side of the bed was not nearly enough. Could you wake up on the wrong side of town? Even if you were still in your own bedroom? That was one of the problems. I wasn't in my own bedroom. I was in the bedroom I used when I stayed at Proctor House. It used to be my bedroom, but I had an apartment full of boxes of new furniture waiting to be assembled, and new clothes and linens and dishes. A whole new apartment, and I had no idea how I was going to get there anytime soon. I couldn't leave Proctor House, not while everyone was still worried about the murders in town. None of us felt safe and, worse, we didn't have anywhere else to go to be protected. Our house was the best warded in town, now that Eunice was gone. I didn't even have a link to the sorority of Bridget anymore. At least not until Jameson came back. And until he came back, I had no idea what to do next or how to keep my family safe. I threw back the blankets and shuffled to the bathroom. The bags under my eyes told me exactly how badly I slept last night, tossing and turning, my brain trying to find new solutions to the problems we were facing. It was going to be a makeup day if I wanted to cover the dark circles. I splashed my face with cold water and decided I didn't have the energy for that. Maybe after breakfast. Downstairs, the aunts were in the kitchen, bickering over Grandma's safety. "Isabella, what do you think?" my mother asked me. I poured myself a large cup of coffee. No cream, no sugar. I needed that caffeine in my system as quickly as possible. "Think about what?" "Sending your grandmother out of the state for a while, just until it's safe to come home," Aunt Lily said. I took a long sip of my coffee. There was no way Grandma would go for this plan. I took another sip to give me time to think about how to tell her that without hurting anyone's feelings. Too bad the caffeine didn't kick in faster, because I had no good ideas. First of all, which one of you is going to tell her she's got to leave her house? I'll tell you right now, it won't be me. The hex she'll put on anyone who even thinks about suggesting she leave is too much to think about. "Of course your mother will do that," Aunt Nadia said. "Me," my mother said. "Just because she's my mother doesn't mean she'll listen to me any more than either of you. In fact, she might prefer to listen to someone she didn't raise." Aunt Lily put her plate down on the table. "Don't give us that, Michelle. You know as well as I do that she loves us all, and also thinks we're all too overprotective. She might hold back on the hex with you. Then again, she might not. There's no way I'm getting involved. That's what I know. You three can work it out on your own." "She'd listen to Jameson," Aunt Lily said. "She probably would. I haven't seen him for over a day now. I'm getting worried. I tried calling him last night, but he didn't come home to check in or even answer in my head." "He can do that?" my mother asked. "Yeah, a lot like the call for help I was practicing with Eunice." I stopped talking at the thought of Eunice sitting in the kitchen, silently, or not so silently, disapproving of everything she saw. Maybe I was being sentimental, but it seemed like now she was just trying to keep me safe. "We're all sad, honey. She might have been even more difficult than your grandmother to get along with, but her heart was in the right place. We'll all miss her." I set my mug down. I'm heading out to work. But you haven't even eaten yet, Aunt Nadia said. I wasn't ready to eat. Particularly not the very healthy-looking vegetable quiche she had on the table. I'm going to stop at the fancy tart for an eclair or two. I left and slowly walked toward downtown Portsmouth. Usually I appreciated the sights and smells of the town opening up for the day, coffee from several shops along Market Street, pastry from the fancy tart, but today, I just wanted to put my head down and wait for it to be over. I kept walking, though, and eventually got to the bakery I used to work at. I opened the door and the smell of freshly baking bread snapped me out of my funk. There was nothing better than the smell of warm bread. Isabella, how good to see you, Bethany, my former boss, said. I walked up to the counter and gave her a small smile. I see, she said, it's a 2 eclair kind of day, isn't it? I nodded. And an extra large black coffee, too, please. She handed me my order. Let's go sit and talk. I've got a few minutes before more customers swamp us. Omar can call me if he gets too busy. We sat by the window, and I didn't say anything right away. Business troubles? Bethany asked. I nodded. Are you in financial troubles? I could loan you a little money. No, that's not it. I just hired someone to work part-time in the shop. It's not money. It's more like I feel like I'm always there, always working and not spending much time with anyone else. Like that handsome boyfriend I saw you with last weekend? Where had she seen us? I hadn't noticed her. Yes. Were you at the Apple Harvest Festival too? I was. I tried calling you, but you didn't hear me. I wasn't surprised by that. We had a great day walking around the booths and getting some early holiday shopping done. He thinks I don't trust him because I won't tell him all about my family. Instantly, I regretted confiding in Bethany because the next logical question would be what about them? Instead, she pursed her lips and nodded. Every family has secrets, honey. I don't imagine yours are much better or worse than most. If you tell him and he reacts badly, then you know the two of you weren't made to be together. I pulled an eclair out of the bag and took a bite. She was probably right, but I had been raised to believe my secret came with life and death consequences. Your mother can probably tell you what she did when she was your age. Talk to her, and I bet you'll have this cleared up in no time. I took a sip of my coffee to hide my disappointment. I'm sure she thought she was helping, but she just had no idea the kind of issues I was dealing with these days. I needed advice from another witch, preferably one I wasn't related to. I didn't want to bring her into this, I lied, but that sounds like good advice. I'll talk to her tonight. Bethany, I hate to call you, Omar called from the counter. We looked to him and the line was longer than he could deal with easily. Want some help, for old time's sake? I offered. Bethany stood up. No, dear, but thank you. You relax here and try to let some of that stress go. I stayed for another couple minutes, then left. I drank all my coffee, but curbed the urge to eat the second eclair. I'd save it for later. I put a $10 bill in Omar's tip jar because I knew Bethany wouldn't let me pay for my breakfast, then headed to the apothecary. I was early and decided to spend some time in the greenhouse. It had been a week since I'd spent any real time working on the plants. Some needed to have leaves picked, some needed their flowers cut, and a few needed to be repotted. I pulled my hair back, put on an apron, and set an alarm on my phone for 9:45 so I would be on time to open the shop, then I got to work. Even though I worked for over an hour, it seemed like my alarm went off in just a few minutes. I turned it off and surveyed the work I'd done. I'd harvested the sage, comfrey, and lavender I would need for the next month, cut the dying flowers off several plants, and repotted a lemon tree. It was large enough that it was usually a two-person job, but I cheated a little bit and used magic to levitate it out of the old pot and into the new. Trina would have had a fit if she'd seen this, but she wasn't here to help me anymore. I brushed the dirt off my pants, wishing I'd worn an enchanted outfit, and headed into the apothecary through the back door. I lit Trina's memorial candle first. I really miss you today. I could use advice from a friend who knows what I'm going through. Next, I made the tea of the day, gunpowder green, because I was going to need several cups of the strong tea for myself. At 10, I unlocked the door and turned on the lights. Mrs. Williams was waiting for me outside. Oh, bats! I hadn't called her to let her know the job had gone to someone else. Good morning, Mrs. Williams, I said. She brushed past me and looked around. I see you've hired a young girl to work for you. I would have appreciated an opportunity to prove myself to you before you automatically went with someone younger. I sighed and tried not to sound as crabby as I felt. I didn't automatically choose a younger applicant. I chose the applicant with the most experience working in a shop. I'm sorry that wasn't you, but her references were excellent. Yours were your children. I was here yesterday, and she waited on me. She did an acceptable job. Mrs. Williams ran a finger along one of the shelves and peered at it. And she cleans better than you do, so I guess she'll do. What can a person say to something like that? I decide to ignore her opinions. How can I help you today? Your girl was telling me about a new line of soaps you've created. I'd like to try one. Certainly. They're right over here. I led her to the soap display. Did you have one in mind? My daughter said I needed to relax more, so which do you think would be best in my morning cold shower? I looked at her and allowed my intuition to see what she needed. She was so tightly wound that it was amazing she didn't have ulcers. Well, if you want to relax, I'd say no more morning cold showers. I'd suggest an evening warm bath with relaxation bubble bath. It's made with the same herbs as the soap, but meant for the tub. And how does it work? She asked. The scents of the herbs, lavender and lilac in this case, allow your brain to relax, stop thinking about so many things at once, and then the warm water works on your muscles, releasing any tension you may have. I don't think my Claudia knows what she's talking about, but I promised her I'd give something a try. She said if I didn't, she'd find something for me. She lives in Vermont, and I don't even want to know what those hippies get up to. No, I need to do something on my own first. I picked up the bottle. Of course. I rang up her order at the cash register. Let me know how you like it. Now that she was out of the shop, I went back to feeling uneasy. I spent an hour assembling paperwork for the bookkeeper and then tried to work on a new potion. My concentration was shot, so I gave up, closed the shop for an hour and went to sit in the park, hoping the sorority squirrel would come back today. Chapter 20. I walked another brisk walk around the park but didn't see anyone looking for or at me. The sorority probably wasn't here and probably didn't want to have anything to do with me. I couldn't even keep my cat near me, and that was his only job. I sat on the same bench as yesterday and looked out over the river. Seagulls darted and flew over the water, looking for fish. There were plenty of squirrels in the park today, but none took particular notice of me. I wanted to call Palmer, let him know I was working on our issues, but without any real progress to talk about, it was all just words. What he needed were actions. I blew out a heavy sigh and heard a man clearing his throat behind me. Excuse me, could I join you? I turned around to see the man who had interrupted Forster at the apothecary. Without him, I might have been in a lot more trouble that day. Of course. You're Karsten, right? He grinned at me. Yes. I'm pleased you remembered my name. I try to remember the names of all my customers. I don't always get them right, but you are the only Karsten I know, so it won't be difficult to remember you. How do you like your tea? It's lovely. You were absolutely right. It's the perfect drink to wake up to in the morning. I never would have thought I could be so alert without coffee. I smiled at him, but my heart wasn't in it. He shifted so he could look at me better. If you don't mind me saying so, you look like something is bothering you. I'm having a tough day, I said. Can I ask what's wrong? I'm a good listener, and usually I have good solutions, too. He looked kind and understanding, but there was no way I could tell him I was waiting for a talking squirrel, with fur that looked a lot like my necklace, to come tell me what to do. I've been fighting with my boyfriend about trust. He thinks I don't trust him enough. My cat seems to have run away. 2 women I knew, who were friends with my grandmother, have been recently murdered, and overall I feel helpless and kind of hopeless. He didn't recoil from the mess that was my life, so good for him. That's a lot of issues to have on your plate at the same time. No wonder you feel like you can't handle it all. Let me ask you, what can you fix right now? I couldn't talk to Palmer yet. I had to wait for the go-ahead from the chief. There was nothing I could do to help Eunice and Hester. Necromancy was a big no-no. I could try to find my cat, I said. And how would you do that? He asked. How did a person try to locate a cat? Non-magical cats probably wandered off all the time. I don't really know. You could check with the SPCA to see if your cat has been brought in. You could put up posters with your phone number and its picture. And you could put its favorite food out, hoping it would bring your cat back. I could do those things, or I could use the telepathy Eunice had taught me to call him. He'd heard me call him while I was practicing in the backyard, so he would probably hear me now too. Those are good ideas, I'll try those. But what could I do for Eunice and Hester? And how about your friends? Your grandmother's friends, I mean. I assume you'll attend their funerals, right? That's probably the only last thing you can do for them. What was I doing? I didn't need to sit around and mope about having no power in my life. I was experienced, I knew how to deal with bad guys. I have a better idea. I can find their killers. He looked worried. I don't think that's a good idea. You're a girl, and they're killers. Who knows what they might do if you got in the way? I'd hate to have to find another apothecary to go to for my morning tea. You'd be surprised at what I've done lately, I said. You should let the police handle it. I scoffed. The police? They're more likely to get hurt than me. At least I can protect myself. I stopped talking. What was I doing? I couldn't blurt out my plans to a complete stranger on a bench. I stood up. I'm sorry, I have to go now. As I rushed off, I wondered why I felt like I could tell this man anything. I didn't go back to the apothecary. I had to get home and start planning. Chapter 21. I walked into Proctor House and used telepathy to call everyone to the kitchen. The aunts were home, and Thea and Delia drove up just a few minutes after I called. What's wrong? Delia asked as she rushed into the kitchen. Sorry. No emergency, but I know what we need to do. Do? Do about what? Grandma asked. I've got a plan to find Hester and Eunice's killers. The only thing is, it needs all of us. Before we go riding off on some wild idea, dear, Roy called and said he thought you could tell Palmer about our magic, Aunt Lily said. I smiled. Good. But I need to do that later. What's the plan? Aunt Nadia asked. I took a seat at the table. We're going to need coffee and lunch to get this worked out, I said. Aunt Nadia began pulling ingredients out of the refrigerator while my mother started a pot of coffee. Go on, don't keep us waiting all day, Grandma said. I took a deep breath, knowing the aunts would hate the plan. We need to use you as bait, Grandma. Absolutely not, my mother said. I'll do it. You can't tell the difference between us when I take my time to get the glamour perfectly right. These guys are really good, they'd be able to tell a glamour as soon as they saw one. If they're that good, won't they spot us as well? Thea asked. We'll be in a crowd of people for the Halloween parade. Even if they did feel our magic, there would be too many people for them to pinpoint who we were. I'm with Michelle. There's got to be a better way, Aunt Nadia said. There isn't. Not if we want to get to them quickly, before they get to me, Grandma said. No. I forbid it, Aunt Lily said. Grandma, what do you think? Delia asked. If we can capture the men killing my friends, then I'm all for it. I don't care what we need to do, Grandma said. Okay. I need to call Palmer and get his help. It would be good if you left us alone when we were outside. I'm going to explain everything to him now. I called Palmer and told him we needed to talk. He was at my door in 2 minutes. Your turn to watch the house? I asked. He nodded. That explained why the aunts were all inside. They could easily keep an eye on him from a window. I took his hand and squeezed it. Let's go out back and talk. I've got a lot to explain to you and a few things to show you. We were outside, in the herb garden. I've never had to explain this to anyone before, so bear with me. He looked grim. Whatever it is, we can work it out. I promise my feelings for you won't change. I cast a quick spell to keep the neighbors from seeing the magic I'd be using to prove to Palmer I was a witch, then looked back at him. I wished the look on his face matched his words. He was a little afraid of what I was going to say. Well, I can make things happen. In what way? Like, I think them and they happen. I'm a witch. You mean like you think about money, and suddenly you find a $5 bill in an old jacket? That happens to everyone. I shook my head. No. More like this. Watch the flowers. I pointed my index finger at an echinacea flower and swiped right. The flower fell off the stalk. Palmer's eyes widened. I moved on to the next flower, and the next, and the next. How are you making them fall off like that? He asked. Did you come out here earlier and cut them? No. Go look at the last one. He stepped forward and inspected the last echinacea blossom. It's not cut. Good. Now come back here and watch my hand. I removed the last flower from its stalk with magic. Now go look at the flower, I said. He inspected the flowers on the ground. I'm sorry, but there's got to be some kind of trick going on here. I hadn't actually expected him to believe in witches with just one demonstration, so I moved on to the next spell. I levitated myself until my eyes were level with his. Look at my feet, I said. He looked down and gasped. How are you doing this? Magic. But there's no such thing as magic. I didn't laugh because I didn't want to hurt his feelings. But there is. Take your time and try to figure out how I'm levitating. He walked around me, ran his hands over my head, looking for wires. You must be attached to something that's keeping you up. I shook my head. Nope, nothing. Then you're standing on something, he said with certainty. I'm not. You can check. He got down on his knees and told me to go higher. I raised myself another foot off the ground as he watched. To my surprise, he rolled under my feet, searching for anything that would keep me off the ground. You're going to get dirty doing that, I said. He stood up and brushed his suit off. Can I touch you? Sure. He gently ran his hands along my arms, legs, and torso, a lot like I thought he would if he were frisking a suspect. Can you do this anywhere? Yes. Do you want me to move somewhere else? Over there, away from all the trees, please. Do you want me to walk and then levitate again, or should I stay off the ground? Float over there. I did as he asked and he frisked me once again. Frisk me again like that and you're going to have to buy me dinner, I joked. He shook his head and sat on a bench. I guess you can stop floating. I can't figure out how you're doing it. I slowly dropped to the ground. Do you believe me? I don't know. Maybe if you could do the same thing to me, he said. I grinned. I can do that. Are you ready? He looked worried. I'm a lot heavier than you. Does that matter? Not so much. Don't panic, because if you flail around I might have trouble holding on to you. Okay. I'm ready. Just to be dramatic, I put my right hand out and lifted it as I used my will to lift him. You can put me down now, he said, his voice shaking. I set him back on the bench and sat next to him. This next part would be difficult. I understand if you never want to see me again. You thought I was just a woman, but I'm not. I don't blame you for anything you feel right now. He took my hands in his. Are you kidding me? You're even more amazing than I thought. But I have a lot of questions. Is everyone in your family a witch? Is that why there are only women here? How many witches are there in Portsmouth? Can you? We don't have time to answer all your questions today, but I promise, one night soon I'll make you dinner and answer every question you can think of. Everyone in my family is a witch, it's genetic. Witches can be either men or women. And there are fewer witches in Portsmouth now, because the 2 men the FBI lost are only killing witches. You mean Eunice and Hester were witches? I nodded. The older, stronger witches are being killed off, and we need your help to recapture the murderers. Me, or the police department? He asked. Because I don't think I can explain this to the squad room. We wouldn't want you to. It's a secret, although the chief knows. He's been a friend of the family for a very long time. I squeezed his hand, hoping to reassure him. Are you ready to go back in? We've got a lot to do before tonight. He looked back at the house. Really, all of you? I smiled. Yes. He looked uneasy. I don't know how I feel about being surrounded by you all. This time I laughed. Nothing's changed, except you know more now than you did an hour ago. We weren't going to hurt you then, and we aren't going to hurt you now. Just one thing before we go in. Thank you for trusting me. I knew your family had a secret, but I thought you were tax evaders, or maybe your grandmother killed someone a long time ago. No, we're not those kinds of witches. Hester was, but we aren't. Hester was bad? Then why was she a friend of your family? She wasn't, really, but she came to us for help when she thought she was in danger. None of us wanted to help her, but we couldn't turn her away, back into danger. He nodded thoughtfully. Okay, are you ready to go back inside? We've got to plan how to best use Grandma as bait without getting her killed. Chapter 22. The aunts were the first to leave the house that night. In case anyone was listening, both inside the house and outside they said they were going to hear a band playing at the Rusty Pigeon. Thea and Delia left 10 minutes later, saying they were meeting their boyfriends in a bar. That left Palmer and me in the kitchen, alone. They have boyfriends? He asked. I shook my head. Not exactly. I didn't want to explain any further, in case someone was listening in. I looked at my watch. We can leave in another 10 minutes. Now is probably a good time for another one of your questions. Palmer smiled. What about your cat? Is he anything special? I chuckled. Yes. He's my familiar, and he can speak. At least to witches. I don't actually know if he could speak to you or not. It's difficult for him to speak to anyone but me, but he can if he needs to. Speaking of Jameson, he's been gone for days and I'm worried about him. So, if he can talk, how smart is he? Smart enough to keep out of trouble on his own? I stood and took our mugs to the sink. I'm pretty sure he's smarter than me. He's been teaching me some magic. Now that the secret of my being a witch was out, I wanted to tell Palmer about the amulet and the Society of Bridget, but I wasn't sure this was the right time. I didn't want to do anything to jeopardize my acceptance in that group. Really? What would your cat know that you or your family don't? Well, he's 200 years old. So he knows a lot, more than the aunts, and even Grandma. He's been helping Delia with her spellcasting, and she's gotten a lot better at it over the last 2 months. But I thought he was your familiar, he said. He is. But we've been living here at Proctor House for the last 2.5 months, and I don't think he can help himself. He's nosy, he likes to butt in, and I like to think he was being kind to Delia, because he certainly isn't particularly kind to me most days. Palmer looked at his watch. Time to go. Are you ready? I nodded. Yes. Let's get these guys before they kill anyone else. Palmer pulled out his phone and dialed. We're leaving now. Is everyone in position? I knew he was calling Kate, who was in charge of the other officers keeping track of Grandma tonight. Good. We'll be there in 10 minutes. Once we were outside, Palmer said, Aren't you going to lock the door? I shook my head. No need. We've got wards hundreds of years old on this house. No one breaks into Proctor House. He took my hand and we started walking. But I know I've seen you lock the door before. Yeah, I wanted to seem normal in front of you. It's suspicious if a person doesn't lock their doors. We walked toward Market Square. Grandma was at the Rusty Pigeon, getting herself a drink. I told her to order the amazing drink Kate and I had there with frosting and the Choco Taco on the top, and she said she might give it a try. The bar was crowded when we got there. Grandma was alone in the throng, drinking what looked like scotch. I winced. I had no idea why she liked something that tasted like licking the inside of an ashtray. I'd take frosting and ice cream any day. The bar patrons were cheering a football game, and almost everyone was facing one of the 2 flat-screen televisions in the room. There were 2 people, however, staring at her. From the outside, they looked like a couple out on a date. But if that were the case, they'd be looking at each other, not her. Palmer flagged the bartender down. 2 seltzers with lime. The bartender nodded and poured our drinks. I stared intently at the couple, trying to find a way to see underneath their glamours. Their wards were impenetrable, at least to me. But I could feel them, and that was enough to confirm they were witches. I took a sip of my drink. That couple that's staring at Grandma? They're witches. I don't know if they're the ones we want, though. They're most likely hiding under a glamour. Glamour? Palmer mouthed at me. I nodded. Using magic to change your appearance. Like being a changeling? Didn't we just see that in a movie? Palmer asked. Yes. The person who tried to kill Queen Amidala was a Claudite, which is a changeling species. Are there any more here? He asked. I closed my eyes and gently expanded my senses to the rest of the room, thoroughly checking each person. No. Just them. Before we could decide what to do, Grandma stood up. I looked at her and then to the couple, who had also stood up. The man was using one hand to cover the other, but I could tell he was casting a spell. I was already standing in front of Palmer, so I raised a quick protective shield around us. Grandma turned and walked out of the bar. This was not part of our plan. She was supposed to stay here until the rest of the family came in. She walked past us, and as she did, I felt the malevolent magic that was controlling her. What should we do? Palmer asked. I guess we follow her, I said. Palmer looked in the mirror above the bar. Those witches haven't left yet. Are you sure? I looked to Grandma, who was having trouble working her way through the crowded room. Let's give them a minute and see what happens. I'd rather not split up, that doesn't seem safe for either of us. Palmer pulled out his phone and dialed Kate. The grandmother will be leaving soon. Make sure someone's ready to follow her, we've got our eyes on 2 suspects in here. He hung up, put his phone away, and pulled out his wallet. The bartender walked over to us. Cashing out, he asked. Palmer shook his head. What can you tell me about that couple in the corner? The bartender frowned. I don't know, man, I just served the drinks, you know? Palmer opened his wallet and pulled out a $20 bill, casually letting the bartender see his detective shield. Are you sure you can't recall anything? They haven't been here for long, and they only ordered water. I told them they needed to order if they wanted to keep the table. So far, nothing. Have you heard anything they were talking about? Palmer asked. The bartender scowled. In this room? Not a thing. Are they in some kind of trouble? He asked. I put my hand on Palmer's arm. From the reflection in the mirror, I could see they were starting to walk toward us. Pour us another drink, quick, Palmer said. The bartender reached behind him and grabbed the first bottle of vodka that came to hand. He poured us each a shot. I raised my eyebrow. Really? Palmer picked up his shot glass and turned to me. To the most intriguing and beautiful woman I've ever met. I can't believe how lucky I am to have found you, or to have attracted your interest. I lifted my shot glass and touched it to his. Well, since we're toasting and waiting for the witches to pass us, it's a real joy to be dating a man that has my full respect. We may not always agree on everything, but I know we can always talk things out and that you listen to me as an equal in this partnership. I stole a glance at the mirror as the witch couple walked past us. I set my shot glass down and counted to 10. Let's go, I said. Palmer put another 20 on the bar and we left, careful to keep a few people between us and the witches. Chapter 23. We followed them down the street, allowing Kate and the group of people she was with to walk ahead of us. The aunts were behind us, and I hoped Thea and Delia were nearby too. I could no longer see Grandma, but I was sure we were still following her. Palmer's phone rang and he answered. Hey, baby. I miss you. We're downtown, over by that weird tea shop. Can't you finish up early and meet us? I bit my lip trying not to laugh. Kate was doing an excellent impression of a lonely, drunken girlfriend. I'll see what I can do, Palmer said before he hung up. We were 2 blocks from the apothecary, so we sped up and were just in time to see Grandma turn down the alley next to my shop. There was no sign of the witches, but I could feel them farther down the alley. I took Palmer's hand and walked past my building. He raised his eyebrow at me, so I whispered my plan in his ear. I'm going to cast a spell over us. We will be invisible and no one will be able to hear us. I cast the spell and said, "Okay, now we can speak normally again." No one can see or hear us? He asked. No one. He stood in front of the shop and tried to see his reflection. I can't see myself. Of course not. You're invisible. Let's go save my grandmother. We went back to the alley and saw Grandma up against the wall of my shop. She was trying to force her way out of the spell that was holding her still. I should have known you two were behind all this. The Cook brothers have never been up to any good. Let me go, she demanded. The witches had dropped their glamours and stood there, ugly and deformed, in front of her. I tried to get closer to Grandma, but I couldn't. We can't get any closer, there's a force field around them. Aunt Nadia walked down the alley, alone. My mother and Aunt Lily couldn't be far behind, under another cloaking spell. There you are, Aunt Esther, Aunt Nadia said. It's time to go home. Let's go. Grandma was able to move one arm out from being held down. How had Aunt Nadia done that? Dean and I aren't done with her yet, one of the deformed witches said. Aunt Nadia smiled. I said, it's time to go home now. Grandma's other arm broke free, and she started to walk toward Aunt Nadia. Dean began to cackle. So, you're a hearth witch. You'll find that invoking your home won't be strong enough to protect her, or you. Wayne flicked his hand and Aunt Nadia flew through the force field as though it wasn't even there. Grandma and Aunt Nadia slammed up against the brick wall and couldn't move. Palmer tried to rush forward, but the force field stopped him. Stay here. I'm leaving the cloaking spell, but you'll still be invisible. You're way out of your depth here, and you'll only get hurt if you try to take them down. Palmer nodded grimly. Can I shoot them? I wouldn't. My mother and Aunt Lily are here somewhere, under another cloaking spell. Thea and Delia are too, and you might hit them instead. I dropped the cloaking spell from around myself only. Let my family go. There you are. You didn't think we bought your little charade in the bar, did you? It was obvious you were staring at us in the mirror. Where's that stupid boyfriend of yours? Dean asked. He's not here. I didn't want him to get hurt. Oh, but I can feel another cloaking spell. Come out wherever you are. Delia popped into sight. Here I am. Let go of my mother. I was astonished at the ferocity in her voice. I'd never heard her get so angry, but, then again, I'd never seen Aunt Nadia threatened. Wayne walked right to the edge of the force field and stood nose to nose with me. I wanted to look away, but didn't dare show weakness. And where's the rest of your beautiful family? The Proctor family, oh so good, never stepping 1 foot out of line. You should live a little, there are ways to maintain your beauty. But after a while, you realize looks aren't everything. Power is everything. Dean began to speak. And that's why my brother and I will win. Esther's not 80 yet, but what's 2 years? So what if we get our work done early? We kill her, and we move on to another state. No big deal. Witches that old think they're invincible. All it takes is a little planning and bam. They're dead and we get our fee, Wayne said. Had they planned out this little talk? The twins were switching back and forth as though they had practiced their speech. What's your fee? Maybe I can pay you to leave Grandma alone, I said. Dean laughed at me. You barely have enough power on your own. You can't give us any, not like the fraternity does. They give you power? How does that work? I asked. You know. The usual sacrifice of an innocent, Wayne said. Come to think of it, your family would make good sacrifices. We could start with your mother. My blood ran cold as he threatened my family. And when he threatened my mother, I resolved to make sure he paid for every single which they'd killed. Can't do that. You'll have to get through all of us first. Wayne laughed. Nice bluster, but no, we don't. He flung his arm out, and Grandma started to wheeze. Slowly he tightened his fingers together, and Grandma stopped breathing. Stop! I screamed. My mother popped into view. Ah, there you are, Michelle. You must be so proud of your daughter. Always helping others, always kind. You know, I was listening to her when she sold a customer a lovely tea. Something about waking up and not needing coffee. I don't know, I wasn't paying attention because I don't care about strangers having a good night's sleep. Her adorable little potions mean nothing and won't save any of you. We were fairly sure they were listening in at the house, but why would they bother to listen to me selling tea and candles to people? Was I really that important? You don't have anything better to do than listen to me tell my customers about the benefits of tea? Really? What a sad life you lead. My mother moved to stand next to me and held my hand. Let go of my mother before I rip your shield down, she said. Both twins laughed. It was then that I felt something on my leg. Something purring. I resisted the urge to look down. It's about time you showed up. Jameson answered me telepathically. Family business. I'm here now, though, and I can take down their shields. You take down the talkative one, and I'll get the other. Ready? Yes. 3, 2, 1. Go. The shield dropped, and my mother and I instantly attacked Wayne. I slammed him against the wall, next to Aunt Nadia, and my mother built a new shield around him. I didn't release my spell, hoping he couldn't fight through both our spells. I didn't dare take my attention from my prisoner, but I heard Grandma draw in a long, ragged breath. Kate and 5 other officers came around the corner to the courtyard at a run. Kate looked around, saw me, then asked, "Who do I arrest?" This one against the wall, and that one my aunts have pinned down. My mother and I loosened our spells enough for Kate to pass through and handcuff Wayne. I saw my mother cast the same no-escaping spell Eunice had used in the past. First on Wayne, then on Dean. As long as they went straight to the police station, which had been warded against escape, they'd never have a chance to run. Where's Palmer? Kate asked. I dropped his cloak, and he appeared right behind Kate. Here I am, he said. She frowned and looked like she was going to ask the question, but shook her head and decided not to. Straight to the cells with them. I'll be back to interview them once I'm done here, Palmer said. You're the detective, Kate said to Palmer. She turned to the other officers and said, "Let's go." I rushed to Grandma and used the flashlight on my phone to look at her neck. Are you okay? Did they hurt you? She shook her head. I'm fine. Nothing a good stiff scotch won't fix. Her voice sounded raspy, but that was all. I gave her a big hug and didn't want to let go. I think some other people would like to hug your grandmother too, Palmer said. Reluctantly, I let Grandma go and Palmer took my hand. They won't escape, will they? He asked. I shook my head. No. My mother enchanted the cuffs and the police station is warded. Warded? Yes. No one can escape from the police station. My family made sure of that several months ago. On the day your mother insisted Kate give her and your grandmother a tour of the entire station? Yes. I wondered why they needed to see the entire station, even in the men's rooms, but honestly, I didn't dare ask. I laughed. Wise. They would have just lied to you anyway. Chapter 24. We could stay here, Palmer yelped at the sound of Jameson speaking. Holy smokes! I did tell you he could talk, I said, grateful he waited until the other police had left. I guess I thought he could only talk to you in your mind. It's going to take a lot to get used to hearing a cat speak with a man's voice. That was understandable. As I was saying, Jameson started again, we could go back to the house, and Nadia could steam me some fish. We should get Mother home too, my mother said. It was a quiet walk back home, because no one wanted to be overheard. Once we got back to the house, Palmer started talking a mile a minute. What happened back there? I don't understand how any of this works. You're going to have to explain everything to me. I made him sit at the kitchen table and poured him a glass of whiskey. Here, this will help. He looked at. What is it? Whiskey. You need to settle down. There's no way to explain all of magic in one night. Jameson walked into the kitchen from the living room, holding a kitten by the scruff of its neck. Is this where you were? Is this your kitten? I asked. Jameson didn't answer until he made another trip with a second kitten. Both were as inky black as he was, except the tip of one's tail was white and the other had white paws. Jameson jumped up on the table and pushed the plate of steamed fish Aunt Nadia had made for him off the table. It didn't fall as much as float down in front of the kittens. They ate in tiny, fast bites. Forster wasn't lying when he said my family had joined him. The only problem is, they didn't join him willingly. I spent the last few days trying to free them, but they are bound by stronger magic than I can combat. I was only able to save my sister's 2 kittens. Are they normal cats? Palmer asked. Of course not. With the right home and the right training, they will be exceptional familiars, like their Uncle Jameson. I rolled my eyes. I'm not sure my landlord is going to be happy with me taking in more cats. Good. There's no way I'm going to share you either. These 2 need to bond with your cousins. Thea and Delia squealed, kittens, in unison as they sat by the empty fish plate on the floor. Which one is mine? Thea asked. Interesting. That's the same question they asked. Which human was theirs? They choose, not you. We sat and watched as the cats sniffed my cousins. The kittens chose their humans by climbing into their laps. The white-footed kitten chose Delia, and the white-tailed cat chose Thea. Delia picked hers up and rubbed her nose on her kittens. And what's your name, sweetheart? She asked her cat. The cat meowed. That's a strong name for such a strong little kitty, Delia said, talking to the kitten like it was a baby. All we heard was a meow, I said. Delia's eyes went wide. Her name is Jules. She turned back to Jules. You're such a good little kitten. Jules swiped playfully at Delia's nose and meowed again. And that's it, no more baby talk to the kitten. She really doesn't like that. Delia looked at Jameson. Did you teach her those words? Not me. But my sister has a foul mouth. Thea was petting her kitten. Everyone, this is Jessamine. She'd like you to know she's older than Jules and smarter. Oh boy. Sibling rivalry in cats? I asked. Aunt Nadia placed a saucer of milk on the floor. Welcome to the family, Jules and Jessamine. We're delighted to have you. I looked back to Palmer, who looked like he'd had enough for one night. Which overload? I asked him. He looked dazed. It's just all so much. Good witches, bad witches, talking cats. Crime I had no idea was happening, that I don't think I can do anything about. You're having the same problem my husband had, only we waited until after the wedding to tell him. He's not around, so you can see that wasn't a good idea, Aunt Nadia said. Finish your whiskey and then you should probably go home. Things will look much more manageable after a good night's sleep, Grandma said. Palmer finished his whiskey and stood up. I'm sure you're right, Mrs. Proctor. Do you need a ride home? Delia asked. I don't think so, he said. But as he walked to the door, he didn't look very stable. On the other hand, I think that would be a good idea. Thea and Delia stood up. Keys? Delia asked. The three of them went outside, leaving Grandma, the aunts and I alone with the cats. How can we free your family? I asked Jameson. I don't know if we can. It would take the sorority at full strength and your family before we even had a chance. That was a problem. In New Hampshire, the sorority had 5 full members, me, and a missing amulet. They're missing 1 amulet, Eunice's, and they only have 6 witches. That is, assuming they'll ever be willing to work with me. How long until they choose another witch? Jameson looked at his nieces. Not for another year. These 2 need to be trained before Eunice's amulet can be given to another witch. I think her amulet was stolen when she was murdered. It wasn't there when I identified her body. They have it. One of the sorority is a shapeshifter. She changed shape to a squirrel and took it before anyone found the body. There was no way the fraternity could take the amulet without sending up a distress call, like when Brent Thompson tried to wear your amulet. I blew out a sigh of relief. Thank the goddess for that. I was afraid they'd be able to use it. Chapter 25. Now that Palmer knew we were witches, I felt comfortable inviting him to our family holidays, starting with Samhain. I know it's really late notice, but are you busy tonight? He looked up from the paperwork he was doing at his desk. 2 arrests and solving a slew of murders? Yeah, I'm pretty busy. Why? I sat on the edge of his desk. It's a holiday at the house, and I'd like you to come. It would mean a lot to me to start sharing this kind of thing with you. He thought for a minute. I was reading about your holidays. It's Samhain tonight, right? I winced at his mispronunciation but didn't let him see. It is. Only it's pronounced Samhain. Can you come? He looked at his watch. I can get this done in about 3 hours. Then I'm all yours. Just tell me there's a long tradition of coffee for tonight. I put my hand on his. We'll start one this year, for you. Meet me at Proctor House. Should I bring anything? He asked. We start with a walk in the woods, so dress accordingly, I said. I took my hand off his and stood up. Enjoy your paperwork. He snorted and got back to work. I left with a grin on my face. So far so good, he hadn't rejected me. When I returned to Proctor House, I was greeted by Hope, sitting at the kitchen table. I gave Hope a hug, pleased to see she was safe. We looked for you in Sewell, but no one knew where you were. I wasn't far. The sorority kept me safe. I couldn't tell you who I was when we talked in the park, because I didn't know who was listening. When we talked in the park? Are you the squirrel? Hope laughed. It's one of many forms I can take. I sat down at the table. I had no idea you were a member of the sorority. Have they decided to meet with me? Hope put her hand on mine. They're still debating, but now that you've taken care of the Cook brothers, I think I can talk them into it. Give me a week or two. Thea and Delia were preparing the altar of our ancestors in the living room. On the table next to the fireplace, they'd placed photos and sketches of our ancestors, and around them were candles and brightly colored leaves. The coffee table had several small gourds they'd be adding next. The beautiful china teacup and saucer Trina had given me when I became her apprentice was already on the altar. The kittens were playing in front of the fireplace, pouncing on each other and wrestling. Hi, Jules. Hi, Jessamine. They stopped playing and sprinted for me. I picked one up in each hand and cuddled them. How are the two most adorable kittens in the world today? I was rewarded with purring and Jessamine patted my face with her paw. I'm sorry, I don't have time to play right now. Maybe after dinner? I turned to my cousins. Need some help? No, but do you want to put something here for Mrs. Thompson? We thought you and Jameson would appreciate that, Delia said. I did want to include her in our celebration. Let me go upstairs and find something. The problem was, I didn't have anything from her except my amulet, which I didn't want to remove. I went down to the kitchen to see what Aunt Nadia was cooking. I made myself a cup of tea and sat at the one spot at the table that wasn't being used. Palmer's coming tonight. He said he'd be here around 4, I told the aunts, who were all working together. My mother looked up from the batter she was stirring. Don't you think it's time to start calling him by his first name? I frowned. It probably was, but it still felt weird. I don't know. Maybe I'll be like the Victorians who didn't call their spouses by their first names in public. What does he call you? Aunt Lily asked. You see, that's the thing, he only ever uses my name when he's frustrated with me. It's always Isabella, don't walk down that dark alley alone, or Isabella, don't put your life in danger. When he's not frustrated or worried about me, he never uses my name. Aunt Nadia laughed. When isn't he frustrated or worried about you? I picked up a muffin that was cooling on the table in front of me. At least I don't call him the boyfriend like Grandma does. Can I eat this? Aunt Nadia looked over. Yes, we have plenty for tonight. I need advice. I want to put something out for Mrs. Thompson, but I don't have anything of hers, except maybe Jameson, but he's not going to sit still on the altar. I don't have any photos of her either. My mother handed me a plate. Don't get crumbs on the table. I'm sure you could find pictures of her online. Maybe you could print out the obituary we put in the paper? I frowned. I was hoping for something more lively and fun, or at least more colorful than a black and white printout. Jameson jumped on the table and nudged my plate over so he could sit in front of me. Did you think to ask me for something? I hadn't. I'm sorry. I didn't think cats kept possessions of their former, I was about to say owner, but that would have been an insult to him. Loved ones. I have a toy she gave me when she was much younger. There was a knock at the door. Can you bring it to Delia for me? Jameson jumped off the table and walked away. I assumed that meant yes. My mother answered the door. Detective Palmer, you're early. He looked flustered. Ah, is that bad? I can come back if you want. My mother laughed. Of course not. Please come in. He handed my mother a package. I didn't want to come empty-handed. I rushed through the last of my paperwork so I could make fairy spice cakes. I found the recipe online, and it said they were important for tonight. My mother grinned at him. None of us expected people to take our traditions so seriously. Thank you so much, Stephen. She turned and looked at me as if to say, see, using his first name wasn't so hard, was it? Palmer had changed into a pair of jeans and a thick Aran sweater. I stood up and took his hand. I'm glad you're dressed for the woods. I want to show you the altar Thea and Delia are making. I really wanted to get him alone for a minute so that the aunts wouldn't be staring at us, wondering if we were going to kiss or not. I brought him out of the kitchen and down the hallway to the blue dining room for a moment alone. Thank you for bringing the fairy cakes. You have completely won my mother over, and probably my aunts as well. I rose up on my toes and gave him a small kiss. He put his hands on my waist and drew me toward him. As long as I've won you over, I'm happy, he whispered into my lips. At that moment, Grandma came in from the backyard and paused at the door. Palmer let go of my waist. She nodded at us but said nothing. Not much privacy in a full house like this, I said. Let's go look at the altar. I was pretty sure I heard my cousins leaving the room through the far door just before we went in. Squeaky floors didn't lie. We set up a table with candles, seasonal plants and foods, and photos and possessions of our loved ones. I picked up a photo of my grandfather working in the garden. This is my grandfather. He passed away last year. Palmer took the photo from my hand. You've got his chin. And his skill in the garden. He taught me everything he knew about gardening. I wouldn't be nearly as good at my job if I hadn't learned from him. Palmer handed the photo back to me. So, did that make him a gardening witch? I shook my head. No, Grandpa wasn't a witch. Palmer raised his eyebrows. So you don't need to marry a witch? Of course not. We marry for love just like everyone else. Is it easier to make a life with someone who has our same beliefs? Sure, just like it's easier for a Catholic person to marry another Catholic. But it's not impossible to have a good marriage when people have differing beliefs. Was it my imagination, or did he look relieved? It was way too early to think about marriage for us. He even said he wanted to move slowly in this relationship. My imagination must have been playing tricks on me. What else are we doing tonight? He asked. As soon as Aunt Nadia pulls the last thing out of the oven, we're going to the Newington Town Forest to catch a leaf. Catch a leaf? He asked. I put the photo of Grandpa back on the altar and, next to a pumpkin, I saw a ragged wool mouse, Jameson's remembrance of Mrs. T. We spend a little time outside, enjoying the weather, and we catch a falling leaf. When we get home, we do a bit of divination for the new year. You can catch one, too, and maybe we'll see something about your new year. Aunt Nadia called my name from the kitchen. We're ready to go. I took Palmer's hand. I liked its strong, warming presence in mine. I felt safe and as though nothing bad could happen between the two of us. It was dark by the time we returned home, each of us with our own leaf. I'm not good at reading the leaves, but Grandma is, so we let her tell us about our future over dinner. Palmer and I walked into the dining room where the fireplace was lit, the table was set, and the food was warm and waiting for us. Who lit the fireplace? I'm sure it wasn't lit when we left, Palmer said. It wasn't. The food wasn't here either. The aunts took care of the last-minute preparations while we were on the way home. It's a lot easier than carrying it all out by hand. Palmer's eyes widened. I suppose it is. Do the dishes get cleaned the same way? Grandma's eyes twinkled. Don't be silly, we have a dishwasher. We ate dinner and reminisced about our departed loved ones. Palmer didn't join in to talk about any of his family, but that was to be expected. The whole night must have been overwhelming for him, particularly when Grandma read his torn-up leaf. His leaf hadn't torn like the rest of ours, the veins in his leaf wouldn't rip. I'd never seen that before, and I wondered what Grandma would have to say. She stood behind him and looked over his shoulder. She shook her head. This means nothing in our tradition, but I had a friend once. She studied Eastern magical systems and taught me some of what she knew. Grandma put a hand on his shoulder. I'm sorry, boy, but your prophecy says you cause interesting times. I was shocked. Was Grandma saying he was cursed? May you live in interesting times was thought to be a curse, so if a person caused interesting times, was he also cursed? Was he the source of curses on others? I wish I could tell you more, but I don't see anything else in your leaf, she said. Chapter 26. It was a beautiful fall evening, a bright full moon low in the sky. I asked Palmer to walk me back to my apartment now that it was safe for me to go back. I wanted some time alone with him because I needed to tell him about the conflict between the sorority and fraternity. Like it or not, it was starting to affect non-witches and he needed to be prepared. Hope seemed certain she could convince the sorority to talk to me, so I felt I couldn't wait any longer to tell Palmer what was really happening in the magical world. You'd tell me if I did something wrong at dinner, right? He asked. Of course I would. But you were fine. Maybe you were a little quieter than I expected, but that's understandable. My family can take a little getting used to, even if you didn't know everything you did. Believe me, just showing up, listening, and taking part in our celebration has bought you a lot of goodwill with Grandma and the aunts. I didn't ruin my leaf? Of course not. There's no right or wrong way to prepare your leaf for divination. You did just fine. He put his arm around my waist. Good. I thought your grandmother was angry with me and gave me a bad prophecy. I looked around. There weren't a lot of people around us, but I didn't want to be overheard, so I cast a quick silence spell around us. There, now no one can hear us talking. What spell did you just cast? Palmer asked. A silence spell. This way, people can still see us, and we don't have to worry about anyone running into us. From outside the spell, people think maybe we're whispering to each other, but they can't make anything out. I didn't feel a thing. Good. You're not supposed to. Now, about my grandmother. She'd never lie about a prophecy, or anything having to do with our powers. Never? I shook my head. We take the responsibility of our powers seriously, and we are marked if we misuse our gifts. Marked? How? You remember Hester Johnson? She was a witch who used her powers for evil, and she was ugly. Her outer appearance was corrupted by the ugliness of her soul. I should have figured that out when you told me about your family. Does that mean Eunice was a good witch? Yes. It doesn't seem right to call both groups by the same name. I always thought warlocks were bad, is that true? Oh, calling someone a warlock is the worst insult you can make to a witch. But I think it fits. How can I tell when someone is a warlock? I can't suspect people just because they're ugly. I laughed. Only Hester didn't care enough to wear a glamour. Every other bad witch wears one and looks perfectly normal. Do you remember Brent Thompson? He's not. He is. The whole reason he killed Mrs. T was to get the amulet she left me. But he looked so normal. Exactly, it was a glamour. He let it slip once in front of me, and it was obvious he'd done some very bad things in his life. As we walked, I told him about the amulet, the sorority of Bridget, and the fraternity of free witches. I was so happy to have someone to share all this with. I think I overloaded him on witchy knowledge. Hey, are you okay? You just took the wind out of my sails. There's so much going on that I don't know about. So much I can't see or feel. Crime right under my nose I know nothing about, and I'm helpless to stop it. I gave him a gentle punch on the shoulder. Buck up, kiddo. That's why you've got me. Can you teach me how to use magic? He asked with such hope, it broke my heart to tell him the truth. No. I can't. No one can. We walked on in silence for a few more minutes. It was a lot to take in, and I wanted to give him time to think. About a block away from my apartment, he began to talk again. I did a couple things that I hope you don't mind. I had no idea what he could be talking about. Like what? I talked your landlord into letting me into your apartment. You really should yell at him for that. Security isn't something to take lightly. He probably trusts you because you're a detective, and he's seen us together. What did you do to my apartment? I felt bad about not being able to help you move in, so I put your furniture together. We can rearrange anything you like, I just set it up the way you had the apartment before. You put it all together? What a relief! I hadn't been looking forward to dealing with all those boxes. All of it. And I pulled your mattresses out of their boxes to give them time to decompress and air out. I stopped walking and threw my arms around him. You're the best. I thought for sure I'd be sleeping on the floor tonight. And when I thought we were going to break up, I did a lot of cooking. Your fridge is full, and you may have a dozen eclairs waiting for you too. My eyes widened. A dozen? How stressed were you? Very. You're the first really good thing that's happened to me since I moved to Portsmouth, and I hated the idea of losing you. Did you see the way my mother smiled at you when you handed her the fairy cakes? I'm not sure I'll be allowed to break up with you. He smiled. All part of my devious plan. I laughed. Devious plan for what? To make you fall in love with me. At that moment, I was sure his plan would work. The end. This has been on a Larkspur. An Isabella Proctor cozy paranormal mystery. Book 5. Copyright 2022 by Bouchard. Production copyright by Bouchard.